Hello. Hey, everybody. How are y'all doing? Well, I hope. Someone said, yay, this is my first time being able to catch you live since the new schedule. Oh, well, welcome. I hope that this is a nice first stream for you. This is exciting. It's Saturday here anyway. My last stream of the week. We had an extra stream this week, so this is like the fourth one. Definitely been grinding for sure. Someone said this is the opening theme to this stream of Kingdom Hearts sound. No, it's a song that I produced myself. Called, I don't remember what I called it, Second Form or something like that. But I mean, probably the Kingdom Hearts soundtrack is one of my top 3 musical inspirations. So that's likely why you felt that parallel. This is exciting. Someone said it's actually Sunday because Monday was Tuesday. That's true. You know, for the first time, this is not related to anything anyone said. For the first time in a while, for the first time in forever, I actually was able to run outside again yesterday. And it was so nice. The weather has been so weird here in where I am in North Carolina. I haven't been enjoying it at all. But so I've been on the treadmill, which does not compare. And also I feel like my knees really just get tore up on the treadmill. But yeah, I finally went back outside and ran. I just did a little 5K by myself. Horrible time, horrible everything. I was just happy to be out there, honestly. I was very happy. Someone said, of course you like Kingdom Hearts. It makes sense. I mean, have you seen me? I'm essentially like a member of Organization 13 at this point. Someone said, did you hear the Kingdom Hearts sample in Pink Panther's Estate Side? I think, even though I don't remember, because she has so many good samples across her work that I don't even remember. Someone said, I love how it's becoming spring, but my allergies are so bad already. Oh, yeah, no, that's not the fun part at all. I definitely have like pretty bad allergies sometimes. I feel like the other day when I came on live and I was sick, I feel like I was kind of, maybe it was allergies, but I have no clue. I think what really sucks for me is sometimes I can't tell if I'm actually sick or if my allergies are bad. I feel like some people's allergies just make them sneeze or whatever. Mine genuinely make me feel like I am sick. It's not good. Someone said, don't you make all your music? No. Almost any other song that you've heard in any of my work would have been pulled from like Epidemic Sound or Artlist, because making music takes a while when you're actually making it and not using AI. You know, I saw recently Google unveiled their own Gemini music AI garbage. Wait, let me see if I can find it. I was like, brother, we don't need another one. Oh, let me actually finally like sign out of Google for once. Because it's been saving every single thing that I've been doing for my... There we go. Every single thing that I've been doing for my streams has been saving to my personal Google account. And I feel like I've been looking up some really odd things for y'all. But anyways, what I'm thinking about is Gemini AI music. I'm like, brother, save me. Lyria 3? What? I didn't know that there was a 2 and a 1. Create custom tracks for any moment. I'm just like, again, lazy, terrible. Make it stop. Also, why is it trying to do... It's trying to autoplay. Do you remember when we stopped making websites that autoplayed things? We just all sort of agreed that that is tacky and bad web design because it's tacky and bad web design. But now all of a sudden, every single website, every single web dev is suddenly like, oh no, actually auto-playing video and even sometimes audio is a cool and awesome thing that we should do. And I cannot pull open a website without just getting blasted with some random source, which can be really hard to track down on stream as well. Like, it pisses me off. It really does. Anyways, someone said using local honey and the zinc supplement will help with allergies. Honey's great regardless. Honey's just fun. Anyways, what else we got? Someone said the happy birthday Nina is crazy. Imagine someone gifting you an AI song for your birthday. No, yeah, the actual use cases that they have for this are literally so dumb. They're so pointless. Hold on. Let me fix my audio so I can hear. correctly. Okay. I don't, how do I like start this over? Even though I essentially have no desire to do so. Okay.
Everybody go, happy birthday, Nina. Nina, it's your birthday. Wash the dishes.
Tyler, call me back.
They know darn well that there's genuinely no actual purpose or use for this. So they're just suggesting that you use it for things that 100% don't need to be turned into AI song snippets. Why does Happy Birthday Nina actually need to be... This is so stupid. It's so dumb. But this is where we're at. So, you know, all we can do is just choose not to, I guess, honestly. Someone said this feels unneeded. It's so genuinely unnecessary. It truly is. Someone said this is some ish your grandma would send to you thinking it's hilarious. It literally reminds me of Facebook. Like, in terms of Facebook allows a bunch of ways for you to like create image posts and stuff off of your text that could have just remained as text, and that's what it's giving at this point. But yeah, no, the slop continues. The AI slop will continue until morale improves or something. Man, so annoying. Someone said maybe it would be kind of funny if it weren't for like the environment. Yeah, I know, I agree. I also still just I maintain the same thing I always do, which is that you can just learn to make music. If somebody sent me a really crappy voice note of them singing happy birthday, I would genuinely be so much more moved than them generating a song snippet and sending that to me. I would actually be offended. Be like, why are you in my contacts actually? Someone said a really happy birthday song is sung badly with your own voice. That's what makes it fun. Exactly, you understand. Someone said we're always talking about AI on here. It comes up a lot, honestly, but like I don't take responsibility for that. I do not take responsibility for how often AI comes up on the stream because it comes up so often on the internet. I'm just like, brother, set me free. Set me free, please. I'm reading. Someone said, I feel like this may be a hot take, but we don't need music for literally everything. I like your streams because you let the stream be you and not need music behind it. I guess that is kind of a hot take. There are a lot of really noisy streams. For me personally, I also don't include music in my background music in my videos on this channel anyway. It's mostly just because I want people to be able to put on music themselves if they want to. You know what I mean? If you yourself are like, oh, I want some background music and I want to watch the stream, you can do both. It's up to you, actually. Me putting it there myself and having to constantly maintain those audio levels, and like sometimes when I'm putting on music in the background of a stream, it does not match the vibe whatsoever. I also feel like a lot of my video topics on this channel can be kind of serious and also truly do not warrant background music. So yeah, I'm like, bro, we don't need that. Nah. Now, when I write my video essay this year and put it on my other channel, best believe we're gonna have all the background music. Oh, I just realized I forgot to explain what we're doing on this live stream. Someone literally said it was their first time and I did not explain why. We're 13 minutes in and I'm just talking about random things. Hi, if this is your first time joining a live, welcome. I'm doing it the same way today as I always do, which is that the first 30 seconds are exactly what the... Which is that the first 30 minutes are exactly what the last 13 minutes have been. Just a yap session. And then when I hit around that 30-minute mark, that's when we'll get into today's topic, which is about... well, as you can see from the title, celebrity DUIs and stuff like that. Also, did anybody see those additions to yesterday's video? Has anybody here, were you in the stream talking about Charlie Puth, and then did you watch the video yesterday and see the parts that I added while I was editing about like the 18-year-old girlfriend and the things that he said about Kesha? Dude, I was genuinely shook. I always do try to do like anything in my stream that as I'm editing, I just want to make sure like I got right or whatever, because I can't always check these things on live. So yeah, this time when I had done it, I got this additional information and I was like, that's nasty, bro. It got even worse than I thought it was. Someone said that was crazy. It was. I was like, okay, let's just That's also why I put a really like strongly worded title on that one, because I was like, no, this guy sucks, man. Someone said I didn't see the parts you added. Okay, all you missed were essentially his 18-year-old girlfriend when he was my age. We had a couple people in the chat trying to be like, oh, him having a 19-year-old girlfriend while he was 26 isn't a big deal or whatever. From there, he moved on to an 18-year-old when he was 27, and then also just making very, very insensitive comments about things that Kesha had been through regarding the producer, Dr. Luke, as well. Very, very odd guy, for sure. Very odd. Not good. Someone said, I watched Wuthering Heights in the cinema today. Did you have fun? I actually hope you did. Because as I said in my video, I think I said parts of it were fun. There were parts where I was living. I truly, truly was. And someone said, do a react of your edited video. Now that is peak. That's peak content right there. A live stream, then I edit the live stream, and then on my next live stream, we watch the edited live stream. Honestly, why not? Why not? Someone's imagine caring more about an album than someone being assaulted multiple times. Yeah, no, that was so odd. Also, topic change. I've listened to a couple albums, a couple of really big pop albums, and I have a couple opinions on those. I listened to the new Harry Styles joint, and I listened to the new Bruno Mars album. Okay, we can start with Bruno Mars. Obviously, I'm never gonna hop on the internet and say that Bruno Mars made a bad song. That's not the problem, and that's not what I was thinking while I was listening to this. I feel like I mentioned this before, but I want to talk about this a little bit more right now. Like, I feel like I almost don't understand the point of Bruno Mars albums because, or at least this one, I didn't understand the point of this one. It sounded so wildly similar to all the rest of his music that I was just like 4 or 5 of the tracks on this album to my ears were like borderline remixes of some of his other music, and I was like, man, Bruno doesn't miss, but like it wasn't hitting. Maybe that's how I would describe it. Bruno didn't miss, but he also didn't hit. And I think that's just my personal opinion on that album. But obviously the vocal performance and the musicianship and all of that stuff was still really amazing. Someone said Bruno Mars is still alive. Oh, I certainly hope so. I sure hope it does. It's not old at all. Someone said, thank you. I thought I was the only one. Yeah, no, that was just my experience right there. Someone said Bruno Mars makes such good music. It doesn't feel like music anymore. I literally know what you mean by that. I know what you mean by that. Like, I put it on and it's so Bruno coded that it doesn't register as something I would want to add to my playlist. It's the most bizarre phenomenon. It's very interesting. Someone said the parts that I heard were giving Silk Sonic throwaways, nice supermarket songs. Yeah, exactly. Good music. Like, hello. I'm not a hater by any means, but okay. And then the Harry Styles album. What? Okay, hold on. So I'm trying to just go off of the single that he released initially, which was Aperture, which I already didn't love because I thought it was too long and a little dull. But in my opinion, there were a couple tracks on this Harry Styles album that I actively disliked listening to. While they were playing, I was thinking to myself, this isn't good music. I don't like this. That wasn't every single track. And a couple of the tracks on there were fine. And some of the tracks on there had really interesting production choices. But I think I missed something along the way with what this Harry Styles album was supposed to be, because yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't like it, man. Someone said it was boring. It was like, I don't know. The weird thing is, like, I feel like I definitely listen to music that is more boring than that. So that wasn't even my main issue with it by any means. So odd. And the track listing was pretty strange, in my opinion. I think there were a couple of songs that maybe didn't feel like they fit on the album, but maybe I was just not understanding the assignment. Someone said that was most people's consensus. Okay, well, I didn't do like any discourse on it beforehand because I had forgotten it was coming out. And then I saw like, oh, new Harry Styles, and I was like, I wanted to listen to that, and then I listened and I was just like, I don't know, man. Someone said, have you listened to the new Gorillaz album? Not yet. I probably will. Some of the songs have terrible names. Oh, what? You mean you don't like, wait, can I remember the names of the songs? Aperture. There was one on there that's not called Respect Your Mother, but he said Respect Your Mother like 10 times. So I think that song should have been called Respect Your Mother, which actually would have been a pretty good track title, in my opinion. Reading. Someone said, my boyfriend says Bruno Mars aged horribly. He like his music or his self? Because I don't think either of those things is true. Bruno Mars's old music hits. In fact, it's probably never going to sound bad. I think there is a lot of music that came out at the same time as Bruno's top hits, and you listen to it now and you're like, oh, product of its time. But you could put on any classic Bruno song and just get turned, honestly. Like, nah, his music ages really well. Reading. Someone said, any thoughts on Blackpink's Deadline? I didn't listen to that one. One would think I would be a super big Blackpink stan, what with the black and the pink in my videos, but it's unrelated. Quite unrelated. Someone said Grenade, such a bop. Oh my gosh, yes. For real. Someone says his music is timeless. Exactly, you understand. Someone said his music just hasn't changed since 2018. That's the thing, though. Is Bruno Mars's music too timeless for his own good? In today's essay, which I have not written and I don't have any coherent points, but I actually think that was the main point that I was struggling with listening to this new album. I was like, no, this music it's too good. It's too good for any of it to stand out. It's so funny to think about it that way. That doesn't make any sense at all, but that's kind of what I was thinking. Someone said, I hate Grenade so much. Listen, if you dislike any popular song that was overplayed, you're entitled to do so. I cannot stand the song Happy by Pharrell Williams. I feel like that might be my number one hated overplayed song. Oh, Get Lucky by Daft Punk. Wait, is that also Pharrell Williams? Are we just finding out that I'm a Pharrell Williams hater? No, I'm not, because like you can't write him off as a producer. He's really cool, but like definitely there are some songs I've just heard them too much, and even if I did used to like them, I can't deal with them anymore. Someone said mine is probably Shake It Off, Retail Trauma. Oh yeah, I think I heard that. I've heard that song way too many times. There's also just like a type of upbeat song that for me is too upbeat, which would apply to Happy and Shake It Off. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, this music is too happy. It's too happy. Someone said Get Lucky is so good. Well, now that I have purposely been able to avoid Get Lucky for the last I don't know. I don't think I've listened to that song in like 5 or 6 years, which is good. Now I can listen to it without seething rage at hearing it for like the 5th time in a single hour, and maybe I'll like it better. Someone said Ordinary pisses me off. Well, I don't think Ordinary is just a good song in general, but that's just my opinion. Sorry, Alex Warren. No offense. Someone said Dance Monkey. Okay, I also really don't like that song either. Oh nah, it's not it. That's on Me by Taylor Swift. I would put Me by Taylor Swift in that category of music that I just consider to be too happy sounding for me to derive any enjoyment from. You reach a certain level and I'm just like, I'm sorry, I can't. I truly can't. Espresso by Sabrina, that song is also overplayed. For real. All the Single Ladies, fair. Yeah, I do not blame anybody for disliking a popular song. It's just like, I can't do it. Everyone is entitled to their own overrated songs. Birds of a Feather. Oh, I really like that song. I think it's beautiful, but it does get played a lot. So if you're like, nah, man, I can't do it. I hear you. High Hopes by Panic at the Disco gets to me so bad. I know I liked that song when it dropped as well. I really did. Someone said Dog Days. Oh, that's sad to me as a Florence and the Machine fan, but I still understand. I also feel like a lot of times when people, sorry, this is way too specific, but like when Florence, their music gets like referenced, Florence and the Machine, it's almost always Dog Days. And I'm just like, why that song? When there's so many good songs under the project, and I do not think that The Dog Days Are Over is Florence and the Machine's best song by any means. I think it's a great song, like all of her music, but I'm like, bro, there's too much good music under the Florence and the Machine name for us to always be using that song. But that's just my opinion. Pumped Up Kicks. Okay, now we're going back further and further in time, but I also remember when Pumped Up Kicks was like hella overplayed. Rude by Magic is incredible. Well, do you remember that song of that guy dubstep dancing to Pumped Up Kicks? It was like a dubstep remix of Pumped Up Kicks. What was that guy's name? He used to pop off all the time on the internet. I'm telling you, like, you could not go anywhere without seeing this guy. He was like outside of like a glass building doing like this crazy like pop and lock dance. What was that guy's name? I swear to God, he was so popular at one point. So popular. Someone said, why did Hunger never pop off? Well, Hunger's their best song, period. That's the best thing that Florence ever wrote and performed on. I'm telling you, she is so peak on that song. Wait, let me see if I can. Marquise Scott. Yes. How did you even remember that, to be honest? Marquise Scott, Pumped Up Kicks. When I tell you that this was genuinely, like, this was actually a cultural reset. The amount of just random people who saw Bro. Wait, we don't want that copyright claim. He would still look cool even without the music. The amount of people who were sharing videos of Bro doing the craziest dance. I'm telling you. And then it was a whole era because a bunch of people started doing these types of dances, and dude, you just had to be there. You just had to be there. It sounds like, what is he talking about? I'm telling you, it was actually huge at that time. It was wild. Someone said, are we talking about good songs? We're just talking about songs in general. Songs that, even if they are good, due to them being overplayed, you're just kind of over them a little bit. Someone said Memory Unlocked. Yeah, I'm telling y'all, that was such a time. That was genuinely such a time. Someone said, he's so cool though. He is. Yeah, definitely. That had me thinking like, oh yeah, because I was like, what, 15 years ago, I was a child. I was like, yeah, I'm definitely gonna learn how to like dance. No, that didn't happen. That did not happen at all. Topic change. I got a new tattoo. Would you like to see it? I think it's really dope, actually. It's super fresh in this picture, so don't worry about that. But yeah, I got it done, and I was like, this is so fire. My streak of only the most fire tats continues. I'm really excited about this one. Reading chat. Someone said the weirdest thing I've experienced is hearing Pumped Up Kicks in the club. I'm from the UK. That's interesting. Okay, people want to see it. Yo, let's go. It's fire. It's beautiful. I can't make it any bigger. Oh, yes, I can. It's right there on the back of my leg, which I'm telling you right now was a horrible spot, actually. Surprisingly bad. It still hurts. I don't know. I feel like maybe someone lied to me along the way and said that, like, oh, the legs, they're fine. Like, they're actually, you know, I don't feel anything or whatever. And something about that being on the back of my calf was so painful. But then I look at it and I'm like, it was worth it. It was worth it. So shout out that. It's so good. Someone said it's clean. Dude, I only get the cleanest work. I really, really do. I love me an artist who just has like the crispiest lines. And I sit like a rock. I'm like, oh, this tattoo is gonna come out so fire. It's gonna look like a sticker. It's gonna look photoshopped. But yes, I love me some black and gray American traditional with weird macabre subject matter. The game never changes. It never changes. Someone said pain level out of 10. 7. Someone said that spot hurts. No, not 7, 6. That spot hurts like hell, but it's so worth it. It looks cool. Thank you. Someone said, what's the meaning behind it? Oh, the meaning behind that one is the same as my other 20 plus tattoos, which is that I thought it looked really cool and I was like, put that on me forever. Actually, for the vast majority of the tattoos that I have, I don't even see them until I get them. I'll tell you what my process goes like typically. I do know beforehand the artists that are going to be at a shop, and I'm familiar with their work. But when I go to a shop, I don't bring any sort of pictures or ideas or opinions or anything like that, and I just tell the artist like, oh, how about you just show me something that you think would be cool to tattoo, and then just use my skin as canvas, which I consent to and will pay you for. And so because of that, I typically get really clean work and I get artists who are really excited about like the things that they're doing. Like this artist specifically was like, I've been wanting to tattoo this one, and I'm like, well, go off, that's what my calf is for. But yeah, no meaning whatsoever. I honestly couldn't care less. As long as I'm aware that we're not dealing with any sort of hate symbols or crazy things like that, I'm just like, oh, that looks dope. Let's go. Let's go. Someone said now you have to get a spider and a web next. It is kind of crazy that I don't have any. Oh no, I do have I have a scorpion tattoo. I was gonna say I don't have any bug tattoos, but scorpions aren't bugs. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Someone said I could never, but you're real for that. Yeah, no, I realized at a certain point, I'm never going to wind up with as many as I want if I'm being picky in the traditional sense. And I definitely do have some that I myself went in there with a plan and a vision. And I was like, okay, this one, I would like to be exactly like this. But yeah, no, the vast majority of it, I'm just like, oh my gosh, you're so talented. Give me that. I don't even have not even all of my tattoos are unique. Most of them are flash. Meaning anybody could get this design. Like this right here, what is really common in American traditional is that like you use motifs that you can find anywhere. So it's not even the first place you'll see like the goblet design or whatever. But I just think it looks dope. I think it looks dope. Some said an eager artist is a clean artist. Exactly. People get so hype when I walk in there, and I'm just like, you can do actually whatever you want to do. Oh, you want to make it bigger? That's fine. Oh, you want to like make that part completely black? Black it out, honestly. Why not? I love artwork. Anyways, that's enough. Someone said Flash is so fun. Exactly. It's my preferred method. I have a couple that are custom or unique or whatever because I designed them myself, but I don't know. I just like artwork, man. Someone said, do you do Friday the 13th tattoos? No, I typically try to go there when no one is there, which I'm lucky enough to be able to do because of my job. I work from home. So I try not to do like sales and stuff. And I'm just like, hopefully no one else in their right mind would be trying to do a walk-in right now. And that's when I get some good stuff. Someone say easy client. Well, because I'm an artist. That's why I'm an easy client. I have also been somebody who has had work commissioned from them or whatever. And people can be so annoying. I'm sorry. As an artist, I've experienced the same thing when it comes to producing music. I've attempted to produce for other people. And I was like, you are for real so annoying. You are so annoying. I understand that you have music I understand that you have money and like you're trusting me to help envision your goal, which I'm really honored by, but you are so annoying. That's how I feel about probably the majority of the clients that I've ever had the misfortune of dealing with. So that's why I try to be really nice. And I try to be just like, no thoughts, head empty. Obviously, I'm going to speak up for myself and be like, oh, let's not do that because that's not what I want. But I'm mostly just like, oh no, what do you think? You know, tell me what you think. Someone said people don't know what they want. They really don't. And that's why people usually, there's always a little bit of hesitation when I walk into a shop and I say, oh yeah, I didn't bring anything with me. But there's no more hesitation anymore. There used to be hesitation in the beginning when I would walk into a shop and say, oh yeah, you can just give me flash or whatever. Because they thought that I was going to start arguing with them and be like, no, I want this, or can we change this, or can we change that? But honestly, because of the way that I look now when I walk into a shop and I'm just like, oh yeah, let's just do whatever. They believe me because I very much look like somebody who just did whatever. It's so funny, man. It's so funny. But yeah, be nice to your artists. They ain't machines. They ain't ChatGPT. Someone said I did that before and goofed myself and ended up not loving the tat. Yeah, I definitely don't recommend that to anybody else. I only get away with it because I vet the artist beforehand and make sure that their work is something I'm really happy with. Also, it's kind of easy to do with American traditional specifically. I would not recommend that sort of lackadaisical approach with almost any other style ever. It's not a good thing. But yeah, with Amtrad, it's like, oh please, because honestly, if you get a janky Amtrad tattoo, which I never have, it also still looks good. That's why it's one of my favorite styles or whatever. Anyways, someone said, have you seen the girl on TikTok who does tattoo cover up but seriously sucks at it? No, that doesn't sound good. Hopefully she gets better. I don't know. Someone said Flash is temporary, whimsy's forever. Yeah. Someone said American traditional can go south fast. It can. Wait, I have such mixed feelings about this. Okay, so like we're listen, I'm already 35 minutes in and we haven't started talking about the topic. I'm also stalling because this topic's kind of heavy. But listen, I have really mixed feelings about this. Whereas like all of mine are dope as hell, there is also a way to get a janky tattoo that still looks good. It has to be janky on purpose. I think when Amtrad starts going south, it's because it's artists who either like do not know how to pull a line to save their life, or they don't know how to pack in color, or they don't know how to draw, and you got to be really, really careful. I think also, like, I'm sorry if this sounds cringe because I'm literally talking about a privilege here, but for me personally, I honestly just don't go below a certain hourly rate. And so because of that, I don't usually encounter any problems. I think like you got to be really careful when it comes to, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, man. You know what I'm saying. Someone said American trad is a style. Yeah, it's a style of tattoos for sure. But yeah, I don't think anyone should get a cheap tattoo ever. I think if you want one, you should like save, as everyone does, because it's definitely, it can be a price thing where someone's like, oh yeah man, I'll knock that out for you, it's easy, and then it's not what it looks like at all. Someone said, where do we stand on hand poke tats? Hand poke tats are awesome. That's a legitimate art form, and also that's the way that tattoos are done in other places as well. Yeah, super cool. Now don't go like hand picking or hand poking tats yourself with no sort of knowledge, background, etc. I'm not advocating for you to do that, but yeah, I love me a good hand poke tat. Reading. Someone said it was my second tat and I didn't know better. Yeah, no, I'm also not blaming you. I think a lot of people, like, when you see people who have good work and you see things online and you're like, that's really cool, or you see somebody's portfolio and they seem to only have good work and you're not familiar with tattoos or how badly they can go, I think a lot of people wind up in a bad position because they don't actually realize how bad a tattoo can get. I think that's the main thing, is like, if you don't know just how poorly something can turn out, and then you wind up with something and it's worse than you could have imagined. That's what happens a lot of the times, and that's why I encourage people, like, you should look at aged tattoos, and you should look at poorly done tattoos on purpose, and you should like look at line work, look at how often an artist is updating their portfolio. Do they seem to do a lot of tattoos, but it's only some that wind up on their Instagram, or very few? Do they, what's another red flag? Oh, having no healed work at all is a red flag. I'm sorry. If you have zero healed work on your profile, not even on your Instagram story, I just can't do it. It's a red flag for me, dog. What else? That's a red flag. Oh, you need to zoom in and look at the lines for any. It doesn't matter how good a tattoo looks from afar. Even though most people will be evaluating your tats from afar, you got to zoom in and look at the line work. It's so bad, man. It's so bad. Reading. Sometimes I've got so many scuffed tats. I love them because of the story, but they for real be looking like scribbles. Yeah, no, I also just, I like a good scuffed tattoo as well. So I'm a horrible person to take advice from. Definitely. Some said in hindsight, I actually got very lucky with my tattoo. You got so lucky. Someone said tattoo shop in the mall. I wouldn't do that. First, well, okay, hold on. I wouldn't do that personally for any sort of like I wouldn't do that. I would go to a shop that is a dedicated shop and has yeah, I'm sorry. No, I don't think you should get a tattoo from a mall. I strongly dissuade you from doing that. I'm sorry. If you're like, I'm a mall or a mall shop tat artist and you're disparaging me, that's not what I'm doing at all. I'm just saying, man. Someone said advice on fine line tattoos. Just understand how the ink spreads over time and make sure that you get somebody who really knows how to pack it in there, because fine line does not mean they have to fade. Someone said thin line tats blow up over time. Yeah, they absolutely do. They 100% do. Someone said I only do reputable shops that have been in the community for years. Yeah, same. That's also part of the reason why I'm okay like doing walk-ins, because it's like the same places that everybody has been doing walk-ins forever where I live anyway. But anyways, someone said don't get mall piercings either. Yeah, no. Don't get any sort of piercing at the mall. Don't do it. go to a dedicated shop, or it can be like piercings and tattoos in the same shop, but like nobody. Anyways. Reading chat. Someone said I don't have any strong connections to most of my tats, and I think it shows just a bunch of little guys on my arms. Yeah, no, I really could not care less about mine. I'm just like, I don't know, bro. It's just skin. Okay. Enough about that. Let's talk about our topic, or let's do a little bit of talking about the topic before the topic. I think I'm not recording yet. This is just like disclaimer stuff. I think I've been doing pretty well about like, I'm at work, no headphones, just wanted to say hi. Sorry, you can feel me stalling. I need to stop stalling. Essentially, I did want to talk about Britney Spears today. I feel like the discourse, it's not just Britney either. I'm talking about multiple people. But oftentimes people get really heated about Britney one way or the other, and I understand why for sure. This is definitely just not any sort of like rage bait or anything like that. It's part of a larger point I'm trying to make about DUIs and celebrities, etc. But yeah, if you think that this is some sort of like me here to attack Britney Spears or whatever, that's not really something I do on my channel or have done, but there's still a lot to say. Someone said please talk about Shia. Oh god, I don't want to do that. Reading. Someone said, did you start recording? Someone said, I feel some people lack nuance. I don't know. I feel like these nuances... Sorry, hold on. I haven't started recording because this isn't the video yet. I'm just trying to get my thoughts out. Like, nuance is always like lacking. And sometimes I get really tired. I'm complaining right now on the internet, and I'm sorry. I'm complaining. I think a lot of times when people say situations are really complicated and stuff, they're not even that complicated. Oh, someone said Caitlyn Jenner. Caitlyn Jenner does have some sort of weird charge, right? Does she? Or did I just make that up? I have a bunch of people. No, it's like 5, I think, different people in my outline, because I'm not doing like a full scale, whatever. But dude, I think a lot of times when people say situations are complicated, they're literally not complicated. They're really just not. Like, I'm trying to think of a recent example. I shouldn't even list a recent example, because then that can get picked apart really easily. But yeah, I just think if people went into things a little more open to multiple perspectives, then nothing would actually seem complicated at all. It's not good, man. It's not good. Someone said, yeah, okay. Anyways. Someone said people say nuance when they want to disagree with human rights. Well, I mean, you shouldn't say that there's nuance if you're saying blatant, clearly true things like racism is bad, or, you know, trans rights are human rights, or people should get the medical care that they need to live or be well, and all these things. Yeah, no, nuance is not useful in these scenarios, but I'm more so talking about like just kind of hearing information and going off of whatever the first emotion that it arose in you, and then just sticking with that no matter what sort of new information does or does not come out. That's the main sort of lack of nuance that I feel like I run into a lot with these discussions. Someone said it's like they give celebrities the grace they don't give regular people. That's one of the points in my outline. I mean, again, I have multiple points in my outline. I also believe that there's a double, no, I don't believe. There's also a double standard with Britney Spears, which we'll get into when I start recording, where people are still being awful and saying lock her up, and, you know, she should never have been released from her conservatorship is what I'm saying. When I say people are being awful, they're literally pointing to this conservatorship under which she was abused and suggesting that it never should have ended and she should still be there. And that is not acceptable regardless of, I guess, any sort of reason for why you may or may not be saying that. So on that side, which I definitely want to talk about in today's video, like, she's not getting, you know, nobody deserves that. Say, oh yeah, the most horrible time of your life under which you were forced to work and do all these things, you should be back there. That doesn't make any sense, right? But then simultaneously, you do see not just her, but celebrities in general definitely also get defended over things that are really dangerous and deadly for other people and themselves in ways that your average person 100% does not, which I have in my outline as well. And then I also just feel like in general, I got to be really careful with this topic, but like, I feel like people do not take, well, I know that people don't take drunk driving seriously at all. They don't. I know that because I see it happen. Some say you seem more tired lately. Are you okay? I think it's not that I'm more tired lately. It's just, sorry, I can answer that in a second. But, people just don't take it seriously enough. And it's more like, I never want to be that person coming online and being like, oh, fear mongering, and I'm scolding everybody, and you guys are not being as morally whatever. But I'm just like, I think there are very, very few things in this world that it's beneficial to have a hard line in the sand on. And in my mind, drunk driving is literally one of the few things where you're just like, that should never really be excused for any reason, any circumstances. This is so wildly dangerous to others and to yourself, and has such a horrific track record over time. Like, there's just not a reason. And the excuses that people make for themselves, etc., it's just really like draining. It's draining. Reading chat. Yeah, okay. Anyways, as for this idea that I seem tired, I was worried that it was going to start showing through on stream a little bit. I think I just feel a little bit more muted, honestly. Like, everything is just so bad. And everything has always been varying shades of bad or whatever, but I think the things that I'm being asked to, I've talked about this before, the things that I'm being asked to set aside are exhausting me a lot. I have some really good topics coming up for y'all. Sorry. Hold on. I got to be careful with how I say this because I don't want to seem like I'm just complaining about my job. We all have to do our job. Every single one of us has had to work under these conditions and circumstances. So please don't feel sorry for me at all. I'm just trying to explain, like, everything I do just feels so pointless right now, more than ever. And I really appreciate you all. I know, like, you may start saying, well, no, your content's actually really helpful for me, or this, that, the other. I definitely hear you, and I appreciate that, but it doesn't actually change my feeling that, like, I wake up every single day lately, and I'm just like, you you are like, everything that you're doing is actually genuinely pointless, and look at what is actually happening and going on right now. What are you doing? Why are you okay when other people are not? And again, like, there's no, it's very unhelpful and useless to compare any sort of like trauma or whatever. Someone says same. Yeah, I'm mostly saying this not because I think it's unique. I've been seeing this a lot. I've also been talking to my creator friends, a few of them, not to name names, but we were saying the same thing where it's just like, dude, like, I've never thought that what I was doing was life changing or whatever, but I guess just really being reminded of like what are we doing? What are we actually doing? Someone said, does there need to be a point? No, definitely. Why do I've been literally like fidgeting with this tape measure ever since I brought it in here, which is so funny. I do that before. It was like this chapstick that I had that I was fidgeting with a little while back. It was my I voted early sticker, and I realized I do that the more and more agitated I get. I'm just like, what am I doing? Anyways, sorry, ADHD moment in my opinion. So all this to say, like, it's not so much that I'm tired. I'm just more like, I'm just more aware than usual of how, I don't know, like, someone say yes, go vote. Yes, voting is a good thing to do. Actually, can we talk about that? No, wait, we shouldn't do that. Well, we're already here. we're already here. Like, I'm doing everything I can, or maybe not everything I can, but like, I'm trying to do everything I can. And you get put in a lot of positions where you don't even know what the right option is. I thought, like, who are you supposed to, but I make my decisions and I try to do what I think is right and stuff like that. But then, like, so that's all you're seeing. If I seem a little bit muted, it's the same thing that's happening to probably a lot of your friends and your coworkers and yourself. And it's just where we're at. Someone said it's not the topic, but it's still an important convo. It really, really, really is. Yeah, no, like, and y'all, I'm telling you, I have some good topics for next week. We're going to talk about Timothy Chalamet. That's a good topic because I'm sorry. I've been clocked Timothy a while ago when he was on some stuff. And then recently I've been seeing more and more people talk about the things that he's been saying. And I'm like, okay, let's actually talk about Timothy Chalamet. I think that's going to be a good one. I'm also currently ideating a short little video, just my usual style, about like Ryan Murphy. Maybe. I may change my mind, but Ryan Murphy, for those of you who don't know, he does like these shows that are like biopics, and then the people in the biopics are like, no, this wasn't what really happened. We're still alive. Why are you like making things up and putting them in our life? So I kind of am thinking maybe about a Ryan Murphy needs to be stopped casual video for next week. Maybe. I think that would be really good. Maybe. I might change my mind. I might get later and just be like, oh no, that video topic's not hitting. But right now in my mind, I'm like, that would go so hard. Honestly, that someone, bro, I really don't rock with bro at all. So I have good topics planned and stuff that I am pretty excited about, but then it's also just in the background. I am still very much keeping up with like the way things are, and I'm just like, oh no, what's happening here? I'll give you an example of like things that are happening that I'm trying to turn my computer back on so I can show you. Okay, come on. There we go. So like recently, what's going on in Texas District 23? Okay, Texas District 23 congressional race. And so you're like, oh, Representative Tony Gonzalez drops out of District 23 congressional vote. What's going on here? I don't live in Texas anymore. I do still care about what happens in Texas. This is my summary. If I was actually a news pundit, I could give you something more accurate. But let me tell you what actually happened with this dude. Tony Gonzalez dropped out of running for Congress because he admitted, actually, he was way too late dropping out. He should have done this the moment it was revealed. He admitted to having an affair with an aide, aka somebody who he had power over. And then this person who he had an affair with later went on and died by suicide, very unfortunately, set herself on fire. And so there was a lot of calls for him to drop out of the race. Like, what are you actually doing? This is insane. And so because this guy has dropped out, now the person who is a shoo-in, well, seemingly, on the Republican ballot for this position would now literally be this YouTuber. I'm being so serious right now. Because Tony Gonzalez has dropped out of this congressional race, it now seems for sure like the person who is up for possible election would be the AK guy, Brandon Herrera, who just has this, he owns a gun company, has this gun channel, like, and also has weird stuff on the channel involving like, oh, this is my copy of Mein Kampf. Oh, this is me doing a little run to like this Nazi march music, but like he frames this all under like, oh, I was making fun of Hitler. We were pretending to kill Hitler, and that's why I was like including this Nazi music in my video. And like, oh, I bought Mein Kampf because it's like, I also have a copy of the Communist Manifesto. Like, I'm just, all of these books are extreme. And I'm like, the Communist Manifesto, we're comparing this to what now? So you have this guy who is now just like, I stand by all of this weird nonsense. Oh, he's shooting me right now. Look at this thumbnail. He's literally like trying to shoot me in the head. Not good. This guy who stands by all of his weird Nazi stuff. And I'm like, literally pressuring somebody into sex, and then this person later unfortunately dying by suicide in a horrible way. And then so now you're out, and next we get seemingly Nazi apologist, or at the very least somebody who's way too quick to evoke this energy. And I'm just like, so all of these things are happening. Like these things are actually genuinely happening. When I hop online and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to make a video about Timothy Chalamet, it's like, yes, because this is the same thing that I've always done. But I'm also just like, brother, I'm worried. I'm very worried. I think what also really worries me a lot too is someone said I'm in Texas and this is news to me. I hate to hear. Yeah, no, please look into it, because again, not a political pundit. I may have a date wrong, or maybe I have a number wrong, but this is actually genuinely happening. And what is crazy is there is literally like a version of this happening everywhere. This is just what's going on in Texas. I happen to be familiar with. There's also weird things happening elsewhere, all over the place, and I'm just genuinely like, this is exhausting. And that's just the news in which we're not talking about atrocities. I mean, unfortunately, someone did die in this scenario, which is horrible. But yeah, no, I just, again, when I say, someone said Texas is huge, to be fair, yeah, I don't blame you for not knowing about one specific district in Texas. But when I say, like, these are the things that I am now just kind of overlooking for a second so we can talk about some lighthearted, even though today's topic's not lighthearted, celebrity stuff, it's very much just like, that's why I'm tired. It's not because of you guys. It's not because of my job, which actually I quite enjoy. And these streams have been some of the only, like, some of the only actual chill time I've had recently has been on a live stream talking about these things where I feel a little bit less crazy. Honestly, hearing all this news, I'm like, you're just supposed to go to work? What? It's so weird. It's so weird. Someone said, no offense, but with all that's going on, I haven't been watching your videos because it just feels so unimportant. DUIs get me so mad I have to watch though. I mean, that's not like offensive to me at all. That's how I feel about creating the videos. Like, but also something being, I'm not saying you're saying this, but I'm trying to remind myself, like, something being unimportant doesn't like mean it shouldn't exist. And also my videos have always been unimportant. So I don't know what to say. Someone said thanks for telling us what was on your mind, even though it wasn't considered your usual topic. Yeah, no, it's fine. I think too, like, it's just like many of you, I'm literally seeing like all of this. Somebody asked me in a previous stream, I didn't answer because there was a bunch of stuff going on, but they were like, how do you get your topics if you're not on Twitter, for example? I literally just look everywhere. I don't follow anybody, but I just peruse and I'm like, oh, what are people talking about here? What are people talking about there? And so in me trying to siphon a mix of goofy topics like Timothy Chalamet or Ryan Murphy or more serious topics like DUI stuff or whatever, I'm also like, oh, here's what I didn't talk about. Measles outbreaks in ICE detention camps. Did y'all know that was also happening, by the way? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to depress you. I'm really genuinely not trying to depress you here. But like, and of course this is happening in Texas because why wouldn't it be? Measles outbreak erupts in one of US's largest ICE detention centers. So you have disease ripping through camps in which people are being detained, imprisoned. And this is happening. And then this goes hand in hand with the fact that we're already trying to like roll back vaccines for everybody and say, because we have an anti-vax person as our Secretary of Health and Human Services, who now is trying to kind of like be like, oh no, anti-vax, no, now that he's here. But RFK Jr. is 100% anti-vax, and so that's going on. And then like, even when things do seem, someone said Kristi Noem got fired. I was literally about to bring that up. Even when things do seem like, oh, cool, great, like that's a good thing. Kristi Noem, the former United States Secretary of Homeland Security, aka somebody very responsible for things that are happening with ICE and stuff like that. So she's out, right? But then you look at, oh, who did Kristi Noem get replaced with? This dude named Mark Wayne Mullen. Mark Wayne, all one name. And you're like, oh, who is bro, right? I would like to know the views of somebody who is going to be the new Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. And you can probably guess, but you just head over and it's just all things he said. Like, oh, abortion should be illegal in all circumstances, including rape, incest, or even if it will kill the person giving birth, if the mother's life is at risk. During the 2022 Republican runoff debate, he said if his wife's life was at risk during pregnancy, neither he nor his wife would want to get an abortion. Horrible transphobia, obviously. Voting against a Violence Against Women Act. So, yeah, Kristi Noem got fired, even though also what is really horrible about this is she didn't really get fired in the traditional sense. That word's getting thrown a lot. And yes, she was removed from this position, but she actually just got transferred to another position within our government, United States Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas, which is literally made up. It's actually genuinely something that they just made up to stick her in. So you are still in our government. It's like, fired would imply some sort of accountability. And then it's like, when I'm talking about like, oh, celebrity DUIs and yeah, accountability, sure. And yeah, there should be accountability for celebrities, but we are genuinely talking about people who are responsible for the deaths of so many people who in Trump's case are in the Epstein files, rapists, etc. And there's no accountability there. So me hopping online and being like, oh, celebrities, every now and then I just feel crazy. And I feel like, can you just stop? But like, you know, someone said America's not okay. And I live here. Here I am in North Carolina. Just again, like, what can I do? I can vote. I can educate myself. But like, and I'm not doing any kind of doomer stuff. Also, y'all, I kid you not, literally every single bit of news that I just gave you was from the last week. Every single bit of news I just gave you is from last week. Measles outbreaks they've been unfortunately happening in ICE detention camps. But this is from March 5th. Y'all, that was 2 days ago. Kristi Noem being fired was literally mere days ago. Tony Gonzalez dropping out of this race and being replaced with a pro-gun YouTuber was a couple days ago. And so the saturation of horrible things that are just happening right now, I'm like, how can... What? And then that's literally not even talking about... Oh, I have another one for you. That I was like, dude, we are actually... We're just so gone. We're so gone. Kotaku, Trump, Iran, Call of Duty. This isn't a joke. This isn't satire. This isn't The Onion. Trump White House uses Call of Duty, a video game, modern warfare kill streak to celebrate killing people in Iran. And this isn't the first time that they've done that. The White House has constantly been posting this disgusting rage bait using so many copyrighted things. I'm not going to go through this video. This is literally just like an edit, like a video game edit. You have a clip right here from Call of Duty where somebody orders a bomb strike, and then it cuts into a bunch of footage of Iran being bombed. And I'm like, and this was also in the last week, by the way. Also in the last week. This was literally posted a few days ago. And so... And then it's like, on the one hand, even though I was joking about like the burgers, recently on a previous stream, we talked about CEOs of fast food companies eating burgers and trying to have a burger off and see whose burger tastes the best or whatever. It's like, I understand why people are talking about these things that don't matter. I do, genuinely, because sometimes it's just nice to not be thinking about a government post or comparing bombing people to a video game, or people being responsible essentially for measles outbreaks with people who are imprisoned because they're immigrants, and then instead of getting fired you just get moved to some other crazy special position, or like a wildly misogynist just everything phobic person getting promoted to this person's position, and then an aide died because of what Tony Gonzalez did. And it's like, so one thing that I really want to like stop doing is I think I've been saying sorry a lot. Like, I'm sorry that I've been talking about politics so much. I'm sorry that this, that, the other, but like, it is actually genuinely not my fault. It's not. I have to recognize, like, this isn't even like me being too in the weeds or online or whatever. It is actually just happening. And I am here and I do have feelings, and any person with empathy should have feelings. And so, like, of course, I just constantly keep thinking about this stuff. I literally cannot stop thinking about this stuff because this stuff does matter quite a bit more than my job. Quite a bit more than my job. It does. I think anybody should be able to at least acknowledge that, right? People being detained or violence happening and being celebrated and all these things. Yes, that matters more than my job. However, we do also then just still have to go on and do our job. So that's just why I'm trying to make sure, like, it's not sounding like I'm trying to say, because I'm on the internet, I myself am having this horrible time. It's just everybody I've talked to, every single person I've talked to, no matter what niche you're in. I'll give another example, and I'm sorry, bro, if you're watching this right now, I am airing out your drama to everybody on my live stream, but I don't even think this person would mind. I get a version of this like in the entertainment news, but imagine how it is in tech. Some of my friends upload tech videos, right? We'll use OpenAI as an example. And so even what is like seemingly completely non-political content, I've had my friends being like, oh my God, I'm just trying to make tech news. And yet I've had to get more, open about OpenAI partnering with the government to assist in military or AI powered military technology, which is obviously political. So like you get a version of this in tech. I will give you another example. Miss Rachel, who I'm not friends with, but would not mind actually. Like she, because her purview is making things that help children, right, has also been really, really amazingly vocal and open about so many cases in which children are not being protected, right, in all these various places. And so Miss Rachel's getting a bunch of hate because in some way, honestly, kids content or content for kids or being someone who cares about kids is also political. Someone said tech is political. Yeah. So all of these things are, and that's just like us. And no matter what you're doing right now, there's probably some version of this that's happening. I happen to be able to speak to the entertainment news aspect of it quite easily. But yeah, no, it doesn't really matter what you're doing right now. Somebody is like disenfranchising people who you may be talking to. It's very, very odd. Someone said even in the video game industry. Oh, I didn't even think about that. But yes, I'm a gamer and I follow gaming news so much like necessary, but also disturbing political conversations in gaming right now, political choices or influencers within the gaming space being horribly bigoted and just things that you think would have gone away a long time ago coming back, etc. And yeah, no, gaming, tech, kids content, entertainment. It was like it don't matter. Cars, you do cars, you got Elon to deal with. Like it's wild, man. Someone said I cheered at the TV when I pulled up her channel for my toddler the other day. Yeah, I'm sorry. I literally do not tolerate Miss Rachel hate. The only thing I've ever seen this person say is some variation of making things that help children or thinking that children should be protected. And so people who make it their life's mission to be like, oh, how dare she speak up? I'm sorry. It's a no from me, dog. But yeah, so yeah, don't feel bad. Someone said no offense, but I haven't been watching your videos. I am not offended. I understand, and I feel the same. I haven't really been watching too much YouTube content either. But you know what another thing is though? I also don't want to sound like all of this is like brand new, right? Because it's not, right? These are not necessarily brand new things that are happening. And everyone has always had to do a version of this for sure. So I really try to downplay anything that makes it sound like I think I have any sort of unique issues. Or maybe I do have unique issues, but this right here is the same thing that everybody's dealing with, honestly. It's so interesting. Someone said, if you hate Miss Rachel, stay away from my child. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's a red flag to me. You're talking bad about Miss Rachel. I'm like, no, that's weird to me, dog, personally. But yeah, that's a little peek into my world. That's a little peek into what we're doing, essentially. And I think my world is the same as everybody's world at this point. Reading chat. Someone said the casino replacement is just as bad, unfortunately. We were just talking about him. Mark Wayne Mullen. It's a no for me, dog. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Anyways. Oh, are you talking about the Meta AI glasses? You said there's a kid at my job who wears them and films people without consent, and it scares me. Are you talking about Meta's like ridiculous AI glasses? Because we also have that, like the increasing normalization of honestly the erasure of privacy for everybody, which is so problematic as well. Somebody said it's not that this is new. It's just that since so many things are being destroyed, now people are realizing how interconnected everything is and everyone is. Yeah, no, definitely so. Oh, here's another thing that I'm just like, oh, you've got to be kidding me. You have to actually genuinely be kidding me. United States Postal Service out of money. And here's an example of why capitalism isn't the right answer at all. Wait, no, I saw Associated Press. I like Associated Press. U.S. Postal Service expects to run out of cash in a year without help from Congress, Postmaster says. First of all, this is bad because mail-in ballots are a thing. But, like, even the way that this is being framed is so bad because the United States Postal Service is a service, right? It's not like the post office gets treated as a business, and so you constantly get this dialogue about like, oh, they're running out of money. Oh no, they're losing money. The post office has lost this many billions of dollars, and it's like, it's a service. For us to just treat the post office as this thing that is constantly some sort of drain on the country that should not actually have a budget, while simultaneously there is literally more money given to like ICE and the military than they actually know what to deal with. $500 billion dollars. I think it was the Pentagon. Let me see if I can find that clip right here. Trump aides, I'm pulling this from WAPO, who I don't even like. Trump aides struggle with how to spend $500 billion more on the military. What do you mean you're sitting here trying to convince me that the post office is running out of money when it's not a business? And yet you're giving so much money to the military that nobody actually knows what to do with it. This is genuinely so unhinged. So that's going on. It's actually a really complex and long story with the post office that I can't like get into because I don't actually have all the details, but you can see it's been routinely and repeatedly sabotaged by people, and that's why it seems like this thing. And then talks or whisperings of like, oh, we should just privatize the United States Postal Service. No, you shouldn't. That's a horrible thing to do. This is honestly one of our decent services and programs that we have here in this country. So it's like you're looking at the things that are bad, and then you're seeing the things that are good that seem to be sliding into bad territory. Someone said they changed it, started running it like a business during the Orange Man's first term. Yeah, no. Someone said they're not running out of money, they're being denied money. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Like, it's not a cost in the traditional sense, and that the post office needs to make all this money back. Also, like, the post office can make money. Sorry, I can't do a whole post office stream because there's a lot there. But yeah, no, so all of those things are going on, and it's like, Someone said this is so stressful. I'm stressed. It really, really is. But listen, all this to say, I believe for me, it has to be both. That's all I have to say. I'm okay continuing to make the content that I'm making, which is not usually about these things. By the way, this headline was also from the last week. Even though they've been pushing the story of the post office running out of money for literal months or years. Actually, it's so often. This was also from the last week. So I'm totally fine sitting here talking about Timothée Chalamet on a podcast saying something that was a little dumb. But forgive me if every now and then I do have to just acknowledge the multiple insane elephants that are constantly in the room when it comes to the things that people are actually talking about online. Because otherwise I'm going to start feeling like, what are you doing, bro? What are you actually doing? Somebody said we are at war. Yeah, and I didn't even really get into that aspect of it. But yeah, so That just a lot, man. Just a lot. Anyways, someone said topic time win. Hey, sometimes we're on time and other times we're 1 hour and 19 minutes in. But yeah, that was a new segment for you all. You actually all just got a new segment in real time, which was called me raving and ranting about actually highly specific political news from the past week, which has been bothering me, been stressing me out quite a bit. I know that came off really like, well, I don't care how it came off. That came off real. This is really how I feel, man. Oh nah. Anyways, what else we got? Someone said he talked about that cat thing last stream. Oh wait, can we hold on? Wait. I have another thing. This isn't that wild. Someone said getting my news from D'Anzo streams because if I look for online, I'm gonna have a meltdown. Well, you should definitely at least fact check me because I filter everything through my brain, which is not the best. Okay, I can't even find some of these comments about the cat thing, but I actually cut something out of my video. My video that was about pets, which I think was a great video. I had a segment in there about Jesse Buckley. Here, I'll pull it back up. Jesse Buckley cats. And even though I still totally stand by what I said, which is that her comments were weird and this, that, the other. For those of you who don't know, she went on a podcast with Paul Mescal, who did not get nearly as much hate for saying F cats, and implied or joked or whatever she was doing that she essentially made her partner choose between her and his cats because she didn't like the cats. She called the cat the B word or whatever. It was a really wild clip, honestly. It was in poor taste, but like, I talked about that because people were talking about that. But when it came time to actually edit the video and put it up, and I was like, yeah, Jesse Buckley in the thumbnail, I started just feeling like it was a hate train. Even listen. Even though I literally talked about this on stream, and I agree that what she said was like wild, and honestly, you could not like pay me to say something like that in an interview. I looked at the things that people were saying about Jesse Buckley, who seemingly the only thing she's ever done is piss off the internet with a really bad take about cats, which I don't know if it was a joke or not. And I was like, am I contributing to a hate campaign? It's the same thing where like you've seen the same thing with Blake Lively, right? Where I talked about her because people were talking about her, and again, even the things that I was saying, I still stand by for sure, which was like having a plantation wedding is a bad thing. Having transphobic comments in a magazine is a bad thing. You know what I mean? But then it was revealed after the fact that the reason all of these things were getting dredged up was very intentionally to start a hate campaign against Blake Lively. And it was planned. It was PR. This isn't a conspiracy theory. There was literally subpoenaed text messages that came out and showed people were like planting these stories on purpose, hoping that we would talk about it and everybody would hate Blake Lively, even if there were things to actually criticize her about, right? And so that's another thing too, where I have this like these hate train goggles on, where I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's wild. It's wild. Someone said, can we please park the cancellation hate train forever, please? For real. I feel like it's so tricky because like we're getting real candid here. If I'm sitting here on a video and I'm like, we'll use Dochi as an example because she was another person who was saying she didn't like cats. If I see her on the video and I'm like, Dochi said she didn't like cats and she was just honestly spreading weird bad takes about cats, they were just wrong, misinformed, and seemingly strangely combative or whatever, she's totally free to spread her or share her opinion, but I see why people didn't rock with that. And I put that video up there, right? But then this video that I put up there is like a talking point in somebody's larger, honestly, like misogynist vendetta or possibly racist vendetta against Doechii is like, what have I done in this scenario? That's why the only way I can try to mitigate that is by trying to be really clear about what in my videos I think is actually cancelable and what is literally just things that people are talking about online. But like, it happens a lot. Ariana Grande is another example where I've talked about her before. Like, so much to criticize when it comes to Ariana. But the reason I've been like, one of the many reasons I've been slow with this content is because I'm just like, oh, the hate train is in full steam ahead. Like, y'all hate her online. You really, really do. You hate Ariana Grande at this point. I like, nobody can actually convince me otherwise. I'm not saying this as a fan. I'm not saying this as somebody who listens to her. I don't. She has done so many things that are wrong, so many things that are bad, and so many things that are worth criticizing. But I genuinely know at this point that, like, if I was to make a video about Ariana, I'm also getting this audience from people who have just decided that she is, like, I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it. The CEO of every horrible woman on the internet to ever exist. And it's just like, why can't people just be normal about their discourse? That way I can just be like, oh, this is a thing that's happening. And it's not like, oh, yes, finally, D'Angelo put up a video because we hate this person and we hate that person. I'm not saying that y'all are doing that. That's not typically the vibe I get. But like, every now and then, I just feel like if I put up that Jessie Buckley cat video, I do not want to sign up to BuzzFeed's newsletter. And then somebody watches us and they're like, yeah, we really hate her right now. Like, what am I doing? It's wild. But that being said, like, earlier in the stream when we were saying nuance essentially has been lost, I do hope you still hear the nuance in what I'm saying, because they're still worth criticizing, right? Ariana Grande, for example. Ariana Grande, blackfishing. I am 100% well within my right to criticize this. These are real pictures, by the way. Like 1,000,000%, the things that many of the people that I'm talking about do are actually worth discussing. This is wild. This is bad. This is racist, actually. And so similarly, like, you know, weird cheating things and this, that, the other, these things are bad. So I'm not trying to shut down criticism of any one specific person because stand reasons or whatever, because bro, this is so bad. But sometimes I get this weird feeling that people would be happier if the people they're criticizing disappeared for some reason. That I like the method of disappearance, I don't think anybody would ever admit to you. But I think back about, we're talking about Britney today, right? And I think back about how so much of the paparazzi and the tabloid stuff and the mockery and this, that, the other, even though Britney did things that were questionable, so much of it seemed like the end goal was literally like, we want Britney Spears to disappear, and only then will we be satisfied. And that's really disturbing. That's definitely how people were about her at that point. And I feel like nowadays people are less likely to admit that. And actually, people may think that they're being very like progressive in the things that they're calling out and stuff like that, but it's like, it almost seems like the end result of everything that you're saying. There is a specific kind of drama fan who just wants all the people that they're watching to disappear because they hate them, and that's not what, like, in my opinion, like 75% of people engaging in discourse, I don't think that's what they're doing. I really don't. I don't think that that's why these people get talked about, but you are always going to have those bad apples in your sort of group. And so someone said, there's definitely a genre of people that call celebs demonic or whatever. Yeah, no, again, no one will actually like admit it. So I can't say it. I can't so like actually genuinely prove that like some of y'all would just be happy if something horrific happened to this person. But like, yeah, so that's another thing where if I seem a little muted, I've just been trying to figure out like how do we be normal about these things. Someone said they don't want those people to learn, they just want to be right. Yeah, it's a powerful 25%. It's a loud 25%. No, it is definitely a thing, because I've said this before and I'll say it again. You should not be happy when bad things happen. I do know for sure that is a lesson, that's a motif, that's a theme that so many people who consume commentary, I need y'all to remember this. We should not be gleeful when bad things happen. Racism, for example, is awful. That's not a good thing. And so when that happens and you're like, oh yes, here is proof of this person being racist, we're so gleeful right now. Where's this glee coming from? We should be like, oh no, here's another instance of something bad happening. And I feel that same way about so many things that come out where people are exposed for doing horrible things, or they're like, oh yes, this is justifying, my dislike of this person. And I'm just like, it would be, someone said this comment was getting so confusing. Well, sorry, because some of these are just I think circularly. But what I'm getting at here is like, actually, I don't think I'm being confusing. I'm sorry if you're a little bit confused, but I actually feel like I'm being quite cogent, despite this being a little bit tricky. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with criticizing celebrities online. I'm appalled by how many of those people doing so hate the people they're talking about and get excited by train wrecks, and it just makes it hard to do my job. I'm sorry, and I hate complaining about my job, because I'm just like, can you all just go away so we can have a nuanced discussion about this? But that's not what's happening. And it's like those same people who will get mad at you for not hating things as strongly as they do. That's the wildest thing. Somebody who is actually hateful, because I won't open a video about Ariana by saying like, oh, I just hate her and her blackface, like she just needs to go away and this, that, the other. Instead, I'm just kind of coming in truthfully, which is that Ariana is just one of many people who does these things, and she's wrong. And the way that she's gotten away with it is something that would never have been afforded to other people, and this, that, the other. But like, some people just, they want the hatred. It's also why I try not to name my videos like, I hate this person, or everybody hates this person. You see that a lot in commentary. Everybody hates this person. We hate that person. I used the word hate in an video about celebrity pets recently. I said celebrities just use pets as accessories, and I hate it. But like, I guess I just don't actually hate anybody, or I try not to. I don't think I hate anybody. And so the sheer amount of actual hate is baffling to me in commentary, and it's been weighing on me. me just trying to have a conversation about Jessie Buckley with a horrible take about cats, and then I'm just like, oh nah, the people in this thread, they hate her. This is their celebrities are like, they're not your like outlet for whatever hate you've got going on. Like, and also no single person is representative of a wider problem in the way that people act like celebrities are. It's like, oh, if we can just get this one person to face consequences, then that means the core issue has been addressed, and that's never really what's happening. Anyways, someone said I hate evil people. Well, no, you can definitely hate evil people. But yeah, no, sorry. Well, I gotta stop saying sorry. It's almost like a trauma response. Sorry. Because I talk about things a lot, and I try not to talk too much, man. He says live streaming for 12 hours a week. But yeah, no, it is what it is. There's no answer to this question. You know what I mean? I can say everything that I just said in this live stream, as I just did, and then put up a video tomorrow about some random celebrity who did something wrong, and someone will click into it because they hate women. And they're like, oh, woman in the thumbnail seems like she's going to get a real talking to. And then they'll watch that entire video, give me a thumbs up, and move on with their life. And I'm like, damn, I was just trying to talk about cats. I was just trying to talk about cats. I was actually just trying to talk about blackfishing or this other thing or this other thing. And like, you're profiting off of people's hatred of other people. Ah! That's all. It's not easy. It's not easy. Anyways, sorry. Not sorry. Sorry is my favorite punctuation. You can just say sorry and then everyone will ignore you, hopefully. Or not feel weird or like you're being weird or talky or whatever. Also, since we're not on topic right now, I'm not going to try to get on topic right the second. I will pull it up and we'll do it before the end of the stream. But have any of y'all ever been told that y'all talk too much as a child or maybe even an adult? Have any of y'all ever been told that you're a lot? Because I've gotten that, honestly, as a child or as an adult. Oh man, my second monitor's not working, chat. Uh-oh. We're in a bad position. Oh, okay, it's turning on now. Probably one of my first memories is of somebody telling me that I was talking too much when I was like 4. I was talking too much when I was 4 because it could be any number of reasons, me being 4, or I don't know, I do chalk some of it up to neurodivergence or whatever, but like I have consistently gotten the talks to, someone said every report card, right? Too talkative. Yeah, I've consistently gotten that just growing up being somebody who has a lot to say about things. And so that's oftentimes why sometimes I sound so apologetic, because I'm always just trying to defend that 4-year-old who's like, I'm sorry, don't be mad at me for having, don't be mad at me. Someone said undiagnosed ADHD. That's what it was in my case. It was literally neurodivergence. Like, I don't know. People, yeah, it's wild. It's wild, man. It's wild. So I was told I had an attitude, and it's because I call BS on stuff that seems weird to me, including weird rules from elders. Oh, I definitely got hit with the "you have an attitude" accusations. And it's like, do I have an attitude, or am I like 7 and I just said something that you disagree with, and you're genuinely appalled that a child could have a differing opinion from you? Like, you know, there's a lot going on. So it's so invalidating. It really is. I feel like people don't even know about this one. Like, you're always going to be fighting back against that the rest of your life. Like, no, I'm not. I don't think I'm talking too much. Like, I'm not talking over other people or whatever, but it's wild, man. Someone said shout out to the daydreaming report card people in the chat. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. No. So they didn't see the young public speaker in you. Exactly. They didn't know I would grow up and get paid to yap. And actually, okay, hold on a second. I usually don't like those stories where people are like, this is for everybody who never believed in me. Honestly, I think people did believe in me. I was a pretty decent kid and I seemed like maybe I would do sort of okay. But definitely the way I live my life right now is for everybody who said I talk too much. Well, what happened? I never shut up, and now it's a whole bag. It's really, truly a whole bag for me. So what you gonna say? What you gonna do? Okay, chat. I've got to figure out what is going on. What is going on with my monitor? It keeps like, it's in a boot loop, which is a really bad thing. It keeps like booting up and then going away. If I can't pull it up, we're gonna be in trouble, man. Anyway, someone said one thing I'm training myself out of is apologizing for dumping when I'm just participating in a conversation. Yes, exactly. You don't need to apologize for talking, just because it might not have come out the same way as maybe somebody else would have said it. Like, yeah, stop it. Stop it. Bad, bad, bad. The sirens. Now that I'm actually trying to start my topic, we get sirens. Okay, buddy. Wild. Someone said, is the power connection loose? Maybe. Oh. Okay, ow. Microphone. Oh, that might have been it. Hold on. That was. Well, it's working now. I'm a very smart person. That's what y'all don't realize. I'm so deeply intelligent. I'm the smartest person who ever has streamed online. Probably if IQ was measured in colors, I would be red. The loudest color is how smart of a person I am. God, I'm such an idiot. You would genuinely think that you would somehow get better. You would think I would somehow get better because I've been doing this my entire 20s. My entire adult life. I have been doing this and I will run into issues like, oh, the power cord for my second monitor was kind of janky and so it wouldn't turn on all the way. But you know what? I'm the smartest person to ever live stream. Truly. Truly. But yeah, no. This is an interesting stream. This is an interesting stream. This is how I really felt today. I had to drink some water. I do love being, I don't know, like, social media personality or whatever. I like that when you click into a D'Angelo video and I just start yapping like, oh, people are mad about this thing. You know what you're going to get for the remaining 21 minutes. But like, oftentimes offline, I'm just this person. I'm just this. Do I have a point in what I'm saying? No. I just have a feeling. I just feel a certain way. And this is how my conversations with my friends come out, honestly. Just like, dude, this thing sucks. You want to talk about it for an hour instead of working? And then we do that. And then we're like, oh my God, we have so much work to do. Why did we complain for an hour instead of working? Actions have consequences. But yeah, no. I figured this would be a hard stream. Because I've just... Nobody's doing well. Nobody's doing well. So we haven't started the topic? No, not yet. But I'm not going to quit. I'm not going to quit. I can't do it again. I don't want to do it again. I want to be well. As well as I can. I picked a horrible time to want to be well, actually. Probably the worst time in my life that I'm like, yeah, my personal and mental well-being is deeply important to me. 2026? That's when you decided to take yourself seriously. Why couldn't you have just decided, oh yeah, this is important to me back when life was actually easier? Now, this is one of the most difficult things I've had to do is just trying to stay, like, fine. Stupid. Someone says same. Yeah, no. My run was good though. My run was good. I ran outside. What did I do? 8:40? That's not a good time. That's a horrible time. It was really hot outside, and it was my first time running outside in a while, and I was more so just trying to take in the scenery. I'm making excuses. But I did an 8:40 mile, 8 minute, 40 seconds. Terrible. I should have been running, even though it was cold. I should have been running outside. But for a 5K, that's okay. It's fine. It's okay. Also, can I tell y'all about another? Someone said that's fast. Maybe. Not for me. That's not a good thing. Can I tell y'all about another topic I want to bring up? This is another scrapped video that I'm not making, but I think it would be such a good video or an interesting video. We all talk about Drake being corny. You're like, why is Drake coming up? We're just here. This is literally just a random chat stream. Old school Twitch, just chatting, even though I'm not on Twitch anymore. Bro, Drake pisses me off so bad. Low key. Not only because of the obvious reasons that you should think are bad, like the weird stuff with young people and all this stuff. I think while I was doing research for my video about gambling, online gambling, and we briefly talked about Drake and being on these kick streams with these kick streamers, and Drake convincing kids to like I'm trying to find the clip I'm talking about. Drake convincing kids to like go gamble and do these things. I found this clip of Drake talking to the Twitch streamer Trainwrecks, and I was like, "Are you actually kidding, man? You are so you're so faulty or faulty. You're so phony." Okay, hold on. Let me fix my audio because my audio it's not coming out of the right speaker. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. Listen to this clip. Drake laughs at Train, who is a streamer, admitting he sings the N-word. I was like, dude, Drake is a level of phony beyond phony.
Okay, you shouldn't use the N-word, the soft A, or anything. With that said, I will admit I do sing it. I still sing it. Okay, I think singing it's fine.
Okay, but we don't need clips of him. I was like, Drake sitting on a live stream laughing at these non-black people talking about, yeah, we say the N-word when we're singing songs. And then also like Drake in general pisses me off in ways that it would be too specific to explain. But if you look at his lyrics, for example, Drake lyrics, I'm like, you are such an op, man. You're such an op. In the beginning of his song Slime You Out, because Drake is Canadian, for example, he's talking about the lyrics to the song are crazy, by the way, but the one that really gets me is you got my mind. Oh, thanks, genius. Okay, I can't use this website. Okay, you've got my mind in a terrible place, whipped and chained you like American slaves, act like you're not used to Sheraton stays. I'm like, you are an op on a really deep level that I can't even explain to your average person, or it would take so much backstory explaining, like, bro, this is wild. Also, the lyrics in this song, man, in the intro, he says, I don't know what's wrong with you girls. I feel like y'all don't need love. You need somebody who could micromanage you. You know what I'm saying? Tell you right from wrong, who's smart from who's the fool, which utensil to use for which food. Like, I got a schedule to attend to. I can't really. So much of his lyrics are insanely like misogynistic beyond what you would expect out of rap. Yes, obviously rap music has horribly misogynist lyrics, but Drake is really on one. He's really on one. And I'm like, this dude actually hates, like, dude, he's just so beyond the beyond. Drake would be an example of somebody where I feel like people don't even understand how bad he actually is. Anyways, that's all. But I scrapped that idea because I'm like, I don't want a bunch of people explaining to me in my comment section that actually it's okay if streamer Trainwreck sings the N-word or whatever. I was like, buddy, I'm tired. Somebody said, what in the woman hate? There's a lot of it, honestly. Like, bro, this is, don't quote me on any of this. Please do not quote me on any of this. I'm literally transitioning into rumor streaming right now. Drake hates his baby mama. He does. Okay. He actually genuinely seems to hate the idea that this person had he has any obligation to her because of the child that he had. You get a lot of lyrics in his songs that are actually about him being mad that he has to pay child support. I'm being so for real. Drake is a deadbeat. And I feel like that it's not talked about enough. I know it's been talked about, but hold on, let me see if I can find it. Drake lyrics, child support. I'm like, there's no way that you're complaining about this. Oh, okay, so So, look at this. Look at this. So this is a song called I'm Upset from 2018 where Drake's like, thankful for the women that I know. I can't go 50-50 with no hoe. Sorry. Every month. I'm supposed to pay her bills and get her what she want. I still got like 7 years of doing what I want. My dad still got child support from 1991. And then come to find out, of course, Drake absolutely does have somebody, a baby mama who he would be paying child support to, obviously, even though I don't know the exact details of that. And so I'm like, I swear to God, 75% of Drake's music can just be tied back to some weird sort of vendetta he has against women of like, oh gosh, you have to pay them. Actions have consequences. My dad, you guys made life harder for my dad. And I'm like, you were such a deadbeat. Honestly, you are so whack on so many levels. But yeah, that someone said it's like he had one bad relationship and made that his full personality. A lot of people do that. A lot of people do that. It's not a 100% gendered thing, but there's a specific way in which guys will do that. They'll have one bad relationship and be like, women are the problem forever and all of you are bad. And I'm just like, it's very Andrew Tate coded for sure. Someone says he's like an incel. Yeah, no, it's the same energy. And that's why all these people like hang out and they're all into the same things, crypto and gambling. And it's not an accident. It's really not an accident. Anyways, I'm going to hit record. Everyone say hi to YouTube. Believe it or not, I did actually show up with a plan. I do have a topic today. If it takes me longer than usual to get through this topic, please forgive me. All right. Everybody say hi. Incel mentality. Yeah, a lot. There's a lot of that going on. Someone said hi, they, them too. My favorite pronouns. Let's go. All right. Start recording. I'm here today to talk about celebrity DUIs. This is a topic that has been catching a lot of attention recently. You have massive pop star Britney Spears getting arrested potentially over a DUI. Justin Timberlake has recently been fighting a legal battle trying to block the release of the arrest footage with his DWI. And I just think it's bringing up a lot of points about double standards for celebrities, double standards depending on what kind of celebrity you are. And I'd like to talk about it today because whereas I find it somewhat nuanced, I also don't think it's as complex as some people are making it sound. Okay, that's the intro. Thank you. We're good. Someone said me getting here right on time. Yeah, you missed the 2 hours of me yapping. God. So let me go ahead and pull this up. Oh, snap. My very first source is paywalled. It was not paywalled when I had it initially. Okay, I'll just Google it. Hold on. So someone said recording voice change. I do that. I do it unintentionally. Britney Spears DUI arrest. I don't know what happened to this one I had. But anyways, yeah, let's maybe not use Fox News as a source. Britney Spears arrested for alleged DUI in California. So a DUI obviously wouldn't indicate you're under the influence of something that is impairing your ability to drive, right? And it's worth noting that this is a suspicion of DUI. I don't believe anybody's actually been charged or anything like that, but there hasn't been any sort of concrete statement from her since then. Her Instagram disappeared, which is quite notable, but I can't help but notice the way people have been talking about it online is both problematic in her defense and also problematic while trying to hold her to a different standard than other people. Someone said they could have professional drivers. Yeah, no, there's definitely no, I'll put that in the video. I would like to say, regardless of what points you're getting for or against anybody I'm talking about in today's video, there's no excuse for driving while intoxicated ever. And also, Britney's not the only person I'm here to talk about. This is an issue for a lot of people, famous or otherwise. Someone said her IG is gone. Yeah, no, it's gone. I don't really know what's going on there. So, looking at my outline. Point blank, celebrities are held to a different standard than other people when it comes to their ability to get away with things. This incident, regardless of the details, is not Britney's first run-in with the law regarding her driving. I'm gonna go ahead and pull this. I have, for example, this 2023 body cam footage where you can literally hear the you can literally hear the California Highway Patrolman saying he gave her a break the last time he caught her speeding.
So they have my security at my house. I've stopped you before out here for speeding. I stopped you before out here for speeding. I gave you a break last time.
Nobody should be getting a break, famous or otherwise. And again, I also want to point out, like, this is so incredibly dangerous. Let's see. So whereas she did still wind up getting ticketed in this I gotta turn it off. Mute. Whereas it's been reported that she was ticketed in both stops. Pulling. I'm not gonna play this clip because people were literally like following behind her, trying to like record her for minutes at a time. But she has a history of this very erratic driving. Like, here she is in the black car on the right in the proper lane, and you see somebody coming her way, and then actual literal seconds after that, she swerves completely into the other lane. Really disturbing, not a good thing whatsoever. Also, not something that you're getting any sort of accountability from on her part. I mean, I think the most we've seen is like somewhat tongue-in-cheek references on her IG, like, oh, my bad. If anyone is wondering, the lookalike was not me, she says in the caption for this post. And I'm like, dude, this is so dangerous for so many reasons. Now, obviously, there is a lot of context that it would be really irresponsible to not bring up, which would be Britney Spears's history with being mistreated by people who had power over her and all of these things. Someone said she did this before the conservatorship in the 2000s. Sadly, yeah, we're about to talk about the conservatorship. Britney Spears is that's a tricky one. Britney Spears's conservatorship has been a topic of discussion this entire time, and so it keeps getting brought up. And because of that, and because she was so horribly mistreated for so long, a lot of people are defending things that 100% point blank should not be defended. It just doesn't matter. She could be Britney Spears or Jesus, but let's see. Even in the video that I showed you, of her getting pulled over, it's being posted on Twitter. I know, great source. As watch footage shows police harassing Britney Spears, and yes, the police do. They do harass people. And whereas I want to be cognizant of the consistent harassment that Britney has gotten, completely unwarranted over the years, being pulled over for speeding, and then also it was revealed in this video she did not have her license or registration or any of that, is not the same thing as what was happening before. Reading. Someone said, but no one talks about putting Justin Timberlake in a conservatorship. Oh, I'm not there yet. Don't worry. I literally have that in my outline. So you get a lot of, but as I said earlier, on both sides of this, I find the discourse to be bad. You get a lot of stuff like this, for example. Spread the word. Britney tested 0.0%. Brittany tested 0.06% for like blood alcohol content. The legal limit is 0.08%. She was below the legal limit. That's brother. You don't want to hop on the internet and start literally defending drunk driving. Again, I'm not actually just pulling like random things with 3 likes or whatever. 56K over here. It's just really common talking points that you're seeing. Let's see. People are allowed to make mistakes. That's how we learn and grow. We love you, Brittany. I agree that people are allowed to make mistakes, but when the mistakes in question are actually deadly, could have deadly consequences for other people, you can definitely hold space for multiple thoughts at the same time. But a lot of the underpinning of this excusing was really just coming from this energy. I find it outrageous that a cop would want to arrest Britney Spears, in all caps, right? Britney Spears is amazing, obviously, very iconic, but it doesn't actually matter how all caps your name is. You should not get away with driving while intoxicated, driving under the influence, etc., because this could kill any number of people, including the celebrity in question. You know what I mean? With that being said, there are still people who are absolutely talking about this the wrong way, talking about she could have killed someone. Get her the F back in that conservatorship. No. Because as you're going to see as we go on throughout the rest of this, there are all kinds of celebrities who wind up in this position, and they are not constantly getting told, oh, they need to get placed under a conservatorship and get their things stripped away. Whatever Britney does or does not need in terms of her getting help, I personally don't believe is for me to speculate, right? That's not my job as somebody who's not a professional. But this sort of energy, which I'm telling you there is just as much of online as the other things I showed you, is also wrong. Reading chat. Someone said, does a happy medium not exist to some people? Yeah, no, like, I know we talk a lot on this channel about nuance, and sometimes it can sound like a broken record, but I'm just telling you right now, like, if your extremes are actually basically just put her back in this thing that was really traumatic to her, or she wasn't even doing anything illegal because she was only somewhat drunk, I think probably the truth lies in the middle. And to be fair, I did see much more nuanced commentary. Reading. Someone said, do the same thing you would do to any other drunk on the road. Take away their keys and don't let them back on the road. Take their license, basic stuff, not back to the conservatorship. Exactly. Yeah, no, there is still a double standard. Mistreating Britney Spears because of her mental health and suggesting that things should happen to her that don't happen to other people. And I still have to call that out. But in general, I just don't feel like people take drunk driving seriously enough. I think usually in my videos, I try not to be super dark, but this kills people and it does it instantaneously, irreversibly. Like, there is never a valid reason for you to operate a motor vehicle while you're under the influence. Also, like, specifically with celebrities, you never have to do that. Nobody has to do that, but you never actually have to do that. When you have access to drivers, when you have access to any sort of transportation or accommodation that one could dream of, there's never a reason that you should be behind the wheel like this. So there's no excuse as far as I'm concerned. Someone said it's so normalized in America. I'll tell you a can I give you a story time? This is a bad one. I used to work in a gas station, which I've talked about quite a bit. And I think the worst time I ever saw it was somebody drive up, get out of their vehicle, go into the gas station, go into the convenience store, right? We had a little refrigerated area, and that person just went in there, took off their shirt, was just standing there. I was watching them because I was really worried. I was like, this person's acting really erratically. And then, I don't know, put it back on, left, and drove away. Obviously a drunk driver. I so many tipsy people just getting out of like massive SUVs and stuff like that. And there's really only so much you can do. But yeah, it is normalized. I think this is yet another example of something that celebrities are a useful entry point to talk about. But it's not just them who don't take this seriously. It's not just them who don't take this seriously. Someone said working at a gas station is scary. Yeah, no, it is scary though, because everybody needs gas is the best way I can put it. But I never knew what to do in those scenarios where I was just like, what, this can't, these people can't be on the road. This is awful. This is awful. Reading chat. Someone said that was me. Sorry. No, I sincerely hope not. Someone said I'm an alcohol hater. I'm definitely not though, because like drinking is fine, and I don't want to come across as some sort of prohibitionist or whatever in this video. But again, drinking and driving is literally never okay. Reading chat. Someone said I wish people cared about not wanting to hurt other people. Yeah, no, I just, because here's my opinion, right? And again, I'm trying not to be super Gen Z or puritanical or whatever you want to call me about this, but like people on the internet arguing, oh, 0.06%. I believe 0.00% blood alcohol content is really the only thing that you should be driving on. Now, I know that that's a deeply unpopular opinion. Excuse me. I know that that's an unpopular opinion, and actually people are going to be like, okay, no, but I'm sorry. Like, have y'all never actually driven a car? Do you know how quickly it is for anything to like go off of the rails? Or like, I would never actually want to be behind a vehicle incapacitated even a little bit, because I feel like if I'm hardly less alert than I am at any other given time, and the consequence could be my vehicle wrapped around a tree, or like a family of 4 that I just wiped out instantly. Like, I don't know why people are so cavalier about this, but I do find it disturbing. Reading, someone said cars are a weapon. Yeah, they're dangerous. They're dangerous. Someone said I wish streets were more walkable as well. I feel like I'm going to get hit every time I traverse to the thrift store, which is across the highway. Well, that's another thing too. Part of the reason that you see so many horrible accidents, sometimes even with people who are not in cars, it'll be a drunk driver and somebody who is just existing on the road, is because it is so dangerous walking in America. Now, this may apply to other places. I'm not trying to do my American exceptionalism. Speaking in my experience, it's so dangerous getting from point A to point B, even with drivers who are completely within control of their faculties and stuff like that. So again, that's another reason that you should not be doing this, because everybody else around you is already at such a big risk. It's so bad. Sometimes it's so hard to be a pedestrian. It's so hard to be a pedestrian, man. It's not good. Reading chat. Someone said there's so many unmarked crosswalks. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. But anyways, that being said, I am just using Brittany as my opening example because I think that was the most recent DUI news that I had seen. Hold on, let me check my Okay, great. Another example who I would like to bring up would be Justin Timberlake. And yes, he did catch a lot of flack for this, but double standard time, it actually more so just got turned into a meme for him. Justin Timberlake claimed he had one martini when cops pulled him over, but refused a breathalyzer. So a couple years ago, Justin Timberlake was also driving while intoxicated, stopped, etc. And to be fair, what he said is really funny. In retrospect, only because nobody died, right? Let me pull it up. It lives rent free in my head, and yes, I do say this in my own life sometimes. It says, when he was pulled over, Timberlake, according to a source, mumbled that his arrest was going to ruin the tour. This is going to ruin the tour. The officer asked what tour, and Timberlake replied, the world tour. That's kind of funny. This is going to ruin the tour is on one level kind of a funny reaction to getting pulled over under suspicion of driving while intoxicated. But on the other hand, as much as this was memed to death, including me also using it because this is going to ruin the tour is hilarious, this is pointing at the exact sort of dangerous cavalier attitude that I'm saying floats through all of these DUI, DWI cases, where how in the world are you more worried about the ramifications of your tour because you're getting arrested than actually killing somebody? You know what I mean? Because you're driving a vehicle after allegedly one martini or whatever it actually wound up being, and you're refusing breathalyzers and this, that, the other. Like, I feel like a lot of times celebrity status just winds up elevating everything to the worst version of itself, where when you are Justin Timberlake, you can get away with prioritizing your tour over these other things, or where you are, Britney, people will go easy on you or whatever. And it's just like, all of these things are bad. But no, personally, my opinion, I think Justin Timberlake actually should have caught a lot more flack over this, for real. Someone said who the F is going to the Justin Timberlake concert? Someone said he should be in a conservatorship. See, that's an example of commentary that you don't see for Justin. And yes, I still definitely understand, like, different people, different scenarios. Obviously, I'm not suggesting Britney doesn't need help. I find it so unhelpful to speculate about what kinds of help celebrities do and do not need, as somebody who is literally just an internet rando. Also, recently, Justin has been in headlines again. A lot of DUI talk this week because he's trying to block the release of the arrest footage, which obviously people are interested in seeing. And he was successful in doing that, at least for now. Because his attorneys argued that releasing the footage of Justin Timberlake being arrested would cause severe and irreparable harm to his reputation, as well as subject Justin to public ridicule and harassment. Little late for that, methinks. And essentially just saying it's not useful, blah, blah, blah. It would be an invasion of his personal privacy. And I find myself honestly running into a bit of an empathy deficit, because forgive me for not being super concerned about irreparable harm to your quote unquote reputation, when the irreparable harm you could have caused to another person is the loss of their life. Like, this is ridiculous, honestly. Not saying the footage should or should not have been released. I don't care one way or the other, but someone said, I just got here. What's tea? Oh, we're talking about celebrity DUIs and just the normalization thereof and the prominence. Someone said he's going to be on the body cam, like, but my world tour. Yeah, no, that's not it. I'm sorry. I don't feel sorry for him in this scenario. Even if they did release the footage, but what can I say? Reading chat. Someone said, how do we know he said if they haven't released the footage? I've always wondered that. It was reported that he said that. Someone said if he was a regular person, it would have already been on YouTube. One would imagine. It's really hard to know. But again, Justin Timberlake, Britney Spears, two of the most popular people I could think of at one point, obviously. It just goes deep, y'all, with the celebrity DUIs. You get people like Lamar Odom, two-time NBA champion, recently this year arrested on suspicion of DUI for driving more than 41 miles over the speed limit and failing to stay in his proper lane as well. Okay, first of all, most speed limits are like 60, or it could even be like, I don't know what kind of lane he was in, but the thought of how fast you would have to be going for you to get clocked going 41 miles per hour over the speed limit. You cannot just get away with any and everything because you are famous. Again, this is so ridiculously dangerous. Someone said I thought he died. No, well, thankfully he didn't. I think, you know, another thing too, I feel like talking about what ifs. Someone said they just don't give an F. It's hard not to feel that way. I feel like talking about what ifs is usually unhelpful, but in this case, you literally could have died. You literally could have killed somebody. Any of the celebrities that I've mentioned in this video could have been dead, honestly, which is disturbing, or have manslaughter charges now at this point. And unfortunately, people do. You get stories of this happening to people who are famous. Like, this is much like older news than the people we've been talking about thus far, but former WWE pro wrestler Tammy Sitch, known as Sunny when she was wrestling, sentenced to 17 years in fatal DUI crash in Florida. The defendant's history of drinking and driving is horrendous. It says she had been arrested multiple times on suspicion of driving under the influence, etc. And yeah, she unfortunately wound up killing somebody, an elderly person who was pronounced dead at the scene. I feel like there's so little difference between things going one way or the other. Like, it's just pure bad luck, or pure luck in Brittany's case or Justin's case. Other things like this are not happening when you're in the wrong lane. You're going 40 miles over the speed limit. This is what happens a lot of times. You just don't get headlines about this because the people who caused this to happen are not famous, or were not famous at one point, right? But again, so disturbing. Gotta drink some water. Someone said maybe we should keep allowable alcohol content to 0%. For real. Someone said once is obviously deplorable, but more than once is just insane. Yeah, I have another example. Terrible example. This isn't actually confirmed to be an intoxication case, but the rapper Gets, who honestly very much known, award-winning, etc., killed somebody, unfortunately, recently. The award-winning musician failed to stop after his BMW hit a 20-year-old. And it's like, I saw someone earlier say that they're a big F cars proponent. Honestly, I am kind of. I'm probably not going to include this part in the video because people are going to get too mad. But like, excuse me. Despite still needing to drive, I am kind of against cars at this point, or at least cars as they're traditionally used. Anyways, somebody asked about consequences. Well, Getz is going to jail now for, I want to say, 12 years or something like that. But another person who had at least two other charges of driving before and after, etc. I'm pretty sure, from what I've seen, this is not the first time that this happens. But like, dude, cars in general, car culture, that's something that I was really slow to realize. Like, it was a bad thing because I'm American, right? We American over here. So when you get people from other places saying like, oh, cars and people's over-reliance on cars is a bad thing, actually, and these cities are poorly designed, I was like, what are you guys talking about? Like, I will say, as an American, I literally can't get anywhere without a car because I don't know. Someone would have to transport me there. I don't live within walking distance of so many things that I need. But when I started learning essentially that we don't even have to be we don't even have to be living this way actually. That actually it doesn't have to be dangerous for pedestrians to walk and exist outside without fear of being run over, mowed down, etc. And I just started realizing like, oh nah, we have like a car first kind of situation going on over here. We have a car first scenario where the cars are prioritized and anybody else's safety is just cross your fingers and pray. And it's really disturbing. Someone said cars keep getting bigger and bigger. They do, definitely. Someone said I would really like good public transportation and trains to be prioritized over cars. Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, that's a separate issue from this DUI thing, but I feel the same way, honestly. Reading. Someone said walking in grass sucks too. Yeah, no, we need more sidewalks. How many? So many times, because I do still walk places sometimes. I will be going. And then I'll just run out of sidewalk. I'm literally like on the road. I'm a couple miles away from home and I'm looking at the road and I'm like, oh, okay. Do I just walk on the street now? Do I walk in the grass now? Do I walk through this wooded area where we have snakes and stuff? Dude, it happens to me so often and it is so bad. Someone said even the cops hit pedestrians. Oh, unfortunately, I have a video about that on this channel from a couple years ago where, yeah, cops will hit people as well. Oh, God, it's so bad. Someone said this is where the meme, my European mind cannot comprehend this, comes in really handy. I literally cannot drive. I don't have a license and I'm 34 years old. Yeah, no, most places in America, if you don't have that here, you're just not getting anywhere, no matter what, which I think is bad. We need public transportation and we need more safety for pedestrians for sure. Someone said that happened to me today. Yeah, no, running out the sidewalk is a different kind of pain, man. It really is. Someone said cops use pedestrians as target practice at this point. Yeah, no, dude. I mean, okay, that's a whole different topic, obviously. Cops in general, please. And also, just because I'm talking about like there needing to be consequences and stuff like that, please don't think that this is any sort of propaganda justice over everything video. I think my main point is actually just don't drive drunk because killing people or yourself is not a good thing, essentially. Someone said Dutch person here. I always took our pedestrian and cyclist focused infrastructure for granted. You should be able to take it for granted, essentially. It's not good. Reading. Someone said a common interview question is, do you have reliable transportation to work? Yeah, no, definitely. Someone said, I'm not from the US. This is why y'all's parents will give you cars for your 16th birthday or something. Yeah. Someone said, boo, all cops are bad. Yes, that is very true. Sorry, I'm reading so much. Chats about like cars and not needing cars and this, that, the other. I visited the US one time and just walking from the hotel to a fast food place was so scary. Dude, it's a scary thing. It's a scary thing. One sec. Scary thing, man. Someone said being a woman on a public transit is a nightmare. I prefer to drive. Well, okay, wait, hold on though. That's like also valid, actually, and quite understandable. This is why like things like this, there's so much room for like nuance and other positions and stuff like this. When I say public transportation is the thing that we should all be doing, that's also under the sort of working assumption that public transportation is safe for everybody, which it's not equally safe for everybody. And that is why I believe issues should all be addressed together. I'm not that kind of person who's like, oh, we need to focus on one thing at a time. Well, if you're worried about cars, you're also benefiting this by worrying about making sure that people aren't being harassed in public and this, that, the other. So we need safety to have transportation. Yeah, no, I'm glad you brought that up, honestly. It's worth bringing up. It's nothing is as simple or equal as it sounds. However, solutions do still exist and can be reached, honestly. Reading. Someone said I've been stalked multiple times. I'm sorry to hear that. That's just disturbing. Someone said if we all use public transit, it would be much safer. True though. True. But anyways, this topic is depressing. But like, I don't know. The perspective change is really something. Yeah, someone said the sidewalks just end. Are we supposed to teleport from this point? I hate when the sidewalk ends, man. Someone said some countries have separate sections on public transit for only women. Oh, I see. Reading. Smaller and efficient cars. You really only need bigger cars if you have a family or for your work. I see so many guys with big trucks just for their ego. It's so weird. Oh, don't come to Texas. Let me show you the average starter car for a single dude in Texas. It's not every dude by any means. I'm stereotyping, but I get to do that. I lived there for 20 plus years. A Ford F-150 with the extended cab and the extended trunk as well, and it's like you don't even actually have a family. Why what is the reason here? Reading chat. Sometimes I hate driving, but I can't deal with the bus. I've seen so much. Yeah, no, understandable. Someone said don't come to Texas. Yeah, maybe you should just not come to Texas in general for many reasons. That you should not go to Texas. But everybody wanting to have a pickup truck is one of them, and it does make driving annoying when everybody wants to have a bigger vehicle than you. Honestly. Some say F-150s are so ugly and y'all don't be hauling anything. I know. Okay, well, hold on. Tangent. I'm on the tangent now because we've been doing sort of okay. A lot of people who are not Texan LARP, and it's really annoying, right? Elon Musk, for example, cowboy hat. Elon Musk does a lot of annoying LARPing where he wants to wear a cowboy hat and he wants to go do things in Texas and he wants to be all yee. Jeff Bezos does the same thing. It's not Texas specifically, but cosplaying essentially as like some sort of cowboy and stuff like that, and it's just really, really cringe. But a lot of people in Texas are also horrible LARPers. They're just completely phony goofs. They're just completely goofy. I'm sorry. Listen to me. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Cowboy hat, plaid shirt, jeans, boots. Okay. Hopefully we get. Okay, here we go. There is a certain kind of Texan man who dresses like this for literally no reason. I'm sorry. Just because you live in Texas does not mean that this should be your standard work uniform and that you should try to. There's so many people who will put like country boy in their bios or whatever. And I'm like, you live in one of the most populated cities in the country. I'm sorry. Texans who roleplay being Texan piss me off, and they need to catch more flack, honestly. Someone said cowboy facade. Yes, it is. I went to school with these people, and I was like, Bradley, your family does not own a farm. You are bankers. You vacation in the mountains every year like clockwork, and you have a timeshare in Nebraska. Like, dude, this is such a funny aesthetic that you will get people from Texas doing. It's hilarious. Someone said this is true for the north of Mexico as well. I bet. Someone said they live in Austin, downtown Austin. Yes, people who live in literally Austin or places like that, calling themselves like a country boy with your yee. I'm like, you are LARPing, and it is goofy. It's so goofy. California has cowboy role players too. Yeah, definitely. Anyways, enough about that. Man, this has been an interesting day. This has been an interesting stream. This has all been a lot, honestly. Someone says his boots are too clean. Yeah, I can't trust you, honestly. If like your truck is clean in general, I'm just like, what? Yeehawification? Yes. Yeehaw appropriation. Dare I say. Yee appropriation is a big issue in Texas for real. The alternative. The alternative is how I would describe Austin. Now that being said, I still would not allow anybody who is not Texan to call me out on anything, because I am still a Southern boy. Actually, I may not dress like it, look like it, or talk like it, but there is just a Texan streak in me that can never be, shut down or anything like that. But yeah, no, Someone said I just came on. Are you going to talk about Timothy? At some point later next week, yeah. I'm just burned out this week, dude. It's just Saturday, and I'm just done. Honestly, I'm just done. I don't want any more news. I don't want any more discourse, at least for the rest of the week. Because for me, the rest of the week is just 9 hours and 20 minutes. Then another week starts. But for 9 hours and 20 minutes, can we just not do this? Is how I feel right now. I'm just being honest. I'm just so tired. Honestly, I'm exhausted, and it's okay. It's fine. This is, it's like 9 hours. Can nothing horrible happen? Please. Please. Someone said end the stream and rest. I mean, I could, but that's like definitely a privilege, and that's not really how it works, honestly. That's not how it works. Someone said I've been burned out this week. It's a bad week. Here's what I'm gonna do. I don't even think I recorded for nearly as long as I usually do. I'm gonna record an outro for that video that we just did. It's probably not even a full video. I'm completely out of it, and I'm sorry. I'm gonna watch it back later, and if there's anything there that's actually worth salvaging, I'll salvage it. But let me record an outro just in case. Everybody say bye to YouTube. But that's all I have to say about that topic. Or maybe I do have more, but if I started getting into it, I would start getting angry. But yeah, I actually recorded this video live right here on YouTube, where I stream quite frequently, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern time. Unless I don't, in which case I'm probably just sleeping, or it doesn't matter. But yeah, hopefully I see you in the next stream or the next video. And if I don't, that doesn't matter either. Okay, bye. Okay, that's all. That's all. So we're still live. Very much still live. Yeah, no. Oof. Someone said, "Don't force yourself." No, it's like I'm not forcing myself. I appreciate it for sure. I'm not crashing out. I'm not forcing myself. I'm just a little tired. That's all. Sometimes you show up to work and you're just like, "Wow, I'm really out of it today. I'm really tired," and your work is just kind of subpar. So that's all you're getting from me today. Sometimes I hope you get some rest. Kidding. Yeah, no, but it's like, go sleep, wake up, and it's the same stuff, different day. What was the point? Someone said Wikipedia game. I'm gonna do that. Actually, after, yeah, I might yap a bit for a second, but I'm gonna do the Wikipedia game, just to take my mind off of this for a second. Good point for sure. Someone said first time live. Oh man, if this is your first stream, I'm so sorry. This sucks, man. This is bad. I think this is my first bad stream. And you know what? With me having gone live like 30 times? I think this is my 30th live stream this year, and we're only on March 7th. I think I have a pretty good track record thus far. So I'm not mad at myself, but I'm just like, you really had nothing to give. Today, you could have just left that one in the draft, buddy. Nothing of value would have been lost. Someone said, I love your takes and info. Well, that being said, like, we did have some good we had some good things during the stream. I actually liked that part where I was ranting about politics because I was right. And I had some good points and I was talking about important things. And I still believe everything I said about the DUIs and stuff like that. I showed off a cool tattoo. So this wasn't like a miss or anything, but like someone said it feels intimate right now. Yeah, no, we are literally just hanging out at this point, dude. We're just hanging out. It's not even content anymore. Someone said good discourse. Yeah, I thought the discourse was good. Now that we're off the stream, or now that I'm not recording, I want to say I didn't get too much into it in the video part of it because it wasn't important, but like there is definitely a certain kind of Britney Spears stan that is so like bad for her, in my opinion. You know what I mean? I think if you're somebody who was like, no, the conservatorship under which she was forced to work was obviously a bad thing, and she shouldn't be around people who are exploiting her and all these things. There's nothing wrong with that, and those aren't the people I'm talking about. And if you're like somebody who's like, oh, Britney has been through so much, which is true, obviously, that's not a bad thing to say, or to just want the best for her or this, that, the other. But there's literally just such a vocal portion of Britney stans who more so are just like, do y'all even want her to be well? You know what I mean? Because like excusing like any and everything that she does is just, it's like enabling. And it's not good to have people in your fan base who are enablers of things that may be like detrimental to you or whatever. It's not good. It's really not good. Someone said 2 or more things can be true at once. Exactly. Deeply, deeply true that like she deserves so much better and was completely failed by everybody, unfortunately. And honestly, I just feel lucky that she's still here, is how I feel about Britney Spears. Obviously a resilient person, but then also like, I don't think that means that I need to be super involved in the things that she's doing now when I don't have any ability or power to help her or whatever. And it especially doesn't mean I should like make excuses for things that are harmful to her, etc. It's just, it's not good. It's not good. Someone said I clearly missed something about Britney. Maybe you did. It's okay though. Yeah. Someone said the take could have been in the vid. I totally agree. Yeah, you're right. maybe when I'm editing it, when I'm editing this video for Monday, I'll think about if I want to fill that section out. Because somebody like, dude, oh man, it's a mess. It's a mess. So someone's to say that. Okay, I'm gonna make a note. When I edit the video, I'm gonna include a video. I'm gonna put on a different hoodie and be like, hey, this is me editing D'Angelo. Can I just insert a point about Britney stands here that I think maybe y'all should hear? I'm gonna do it. Thank you for inspiring me. I really, really will. But anyways, someone said it's not good for her. Like she's been robbed from her agency as a human. That's how I feel as well. Like now I'm talking about myself, but I'm not trying to make it about me. Like I have mental, disorders, illness, health issues or whatever. And honestly, like I can be my rationality can totally be impaired and has been impaired, unfortunately. But like I'm still a person. I'm not a baby. That's the thing. I'm not a baby. And Britney Spears is not a baby. She's really, really not. She is a human. Like she's a person. And the way some people talk about her is not like you're seeing her as like some sort of doll or something. It's very, very odd. But yeah, no, it can be really tiring just as somebody who does have mental health issues, seeing the way people talk about Britney online. I'm just like, oh my gosh, we still don't understand it. I recently saw an example, speaking of politics, and I was like, oh, we really don't understand mental health at all. It was like an upvoted thread. Trump had done something, I don't know, just insert something that you think Trump did. And somebody had commented like, these people are all criminals or something like that. And somebody under there had commented something along the lines of, these people are like, it's worse than criminals. Everybody in the Trump administration is mentally ill and like beyond help. And these are the kinds of people who should be locked up for everyone else's safety. And I was like, God, we just don't understand mental health. And I'm like, will we ever understand it in my lifetime? Will I, as somebody with a mental illness, ever be able to go online at some point and not expect to see people saying essentially that being mentally ill is the same thing as demonic Trumpian things, or the same thing that was happening with like John Davidson at the BAFTAs of like, oh, somebody who has a mental health condition, or not mental health condition, a mental disorder, I'm sorry. Can we see like disorders not as being the same thing as like demon time, and only then will we be free? It's so bad. I feel like we need so much like tweaking in the way that we talk about these things. But yeah, you can get away with being shockingly ableist. And here's something, maybe I'll put this in the video, maybe I won't. Someone said babies are people too. Babies are people. They are. It's also ableist to rob people with disabilities of their agency, though. That's something that I definitely think we should think about. Honestly, if you do take a look at somebody with a mental disability or a health condition or whatever, and you start treating this person as if like they dude, that's a form of ableism that is very deeply accepted and not recognized as such by society. Saying that people need help is fine, and I feel that way about anytime I see somebody who needs help. I'm just like, I just wish it was easier for people to get the help that they need. But when y'all start crossing over into acting like, oh, this person, we gotta coddle them, and even if they're like 40 or 50 or whatever, you're being ableist as hell, actually. And it's almost like borderline triggering for me personally, but what can you say? What can you say? Someone said, thank you, we've been institutionalized and put away. Yeah, no, it's not good, but we're going to get there. We're going to get there. We really will. Just keep calling things out and educating people, and I don't know, just trying to be your best self. And then I think we will move in the right direction. But yeah, it's wild, man. So infantilization is ableism. It 100% is. It truly, truly is. It really is. Yeah, no. Someone said ugly laws are coming back and we stopped that in 1993. Yeah, no, people, they just don't want to be uncomfortable or see anything that makes them feel uncomfortable. That's just not it. It's not it. Anyways, someone said asexualizing disabled people. Oh, that too. Yeah, essentially acting like, oh, you must be protected from everything and this, that, the other. And I'm like, brother, give me a break. Okay, anyways, enough about that. Let's play the Wikipedia game at least once. At least once during the stream, because this is something that will not be depressing, and well, who knows? Who really knows? So for those of you who don't know, I've purposely been trying not to play this on stream. I've been trying not to do it. I try not to spam content on my live streams. I know we do talk about the same things every stream. We talk about politics and mental health and gender and queer stuff. That's because all of these things are just part of my daily life. But like when it comes to actually going like, oh, we're going to go to Reddit this stream, or we're going to do reaction videos, or we're going to play this game, or we're going to like make music, or I'm going to open Ableton or this, that, the other. I've been trying to space them out. That way, when they come back around, people get excited over it. So it's been well over a month since we played the Wikipedia game, in which your goal is to get from one article to another as quickly as possible and as efficiently as possible. So the game that they have right now, there's a bunch of these ones that you could do, I guess. The ones that they have right now would be like, how quickly can you get from the Victorian era to Aldous Huxley? I feel like that would be easy. Someone said, y'all talking politics here? Oh, is you new? I feel like so many of my viewers on my actual videos don't realize how insanely political I've been in these live streams. And it's really funny. I just imagine my video audience being like, oh yeah, we're having so much fun. And then you click into my live stream and it's like, let's talk about this administration. But no. So let's play this one really fast. Oh wait, the round ends in 6 seconds. Wait, which one should I do? Should I do this one or should I do biofuel to civilization. Okay, let's try to get from Aldous Huxley to wait. It's from the Victorian era to Aldous Huxley, I guess. Wikipedia. All right. So what are we thinking? Like Victorian era, right? Aldous Huxley wrote what was that book called? It's that like utopian book. Oh, Brave New World. How do I get essentially from I can probably go to literature. Right? There's got to be a page on here about literature. Control F for literature. Hey, okay, great. Okay, Scottish literature. Okay, English? Scottish English. Oh, we're moving in the wrong direction. No, wait, hold on. Wait. Oh God. English language? I think I've instantly been I've been moving further and further away. But surely we can get from an article about English language to something about literature, right? Literature. Oh, the Canterbury Tales. Okay, we've got some early modern English. We have William Shakespeare here. Come on. We can do this. I don't know how though. I don't know how to do this. Someone said English lit. Yeah, no, we can totally get from like Shakespeare. Let me try going to Shakespeare's page. Okay. How do you get from Shakespeare to Aldous Huxley? That can't be that difficult. English Renaissance, Shakespeare bibliography. No. Oh, this is actually so hard. This is harder than I thought it would be. This is a part of Why is this harder than I thought it was going to be? Someone asked me anything. I'm an English teacher. Well, bro. Okay, hold on. Speculation, references, notes, sources. Is there like a C also? No. Oh man, this is bad. Someone said contemporaries. Well, I mean, Huxley was not a contemporary of Shakespeare, so that's not necessarily. I see what you're saying, but like in this case, how do I get? Oh, we have Rudyard Kipling. Oh, this is actually so hard. This is so much harder than it seems like it would be. Someone said other authors. Yeah, like if I went to Rudyard Kipling, for example, which also I feel like I don't remember when Brave New World came out. I think that was the 1900s. So they were kind of contemporaries. So what are we talking about? I'm trying to find out how to get to I'm trying to find out how to get to Aldous Huxley's Wikipedia page from. Well, we started off on Victorian something. Someone said Bible. Oh, I don't know. Orwell? Can I get to Orwell from here? Oh, I can. Wait. Okay, I'm on George Orwell's page. You are smart. Everyone is smart. How do I get from Orwell to Huxley? That's not even that difficult. Wait, he might even be on here. Hey, let's go. Okay, that's on period. It wasn't even difficult. I feel like, what do you mean? Hold on, let's walk this back. Because I want to see this happen in real time. Whoever said Orwell, you're smarty pants. Okay. We started off on the Victorian era. We accidentally went to Scottish literature and then Scottish English. But then from there, we got to the English language. From there, we moved on to Shakespeare. Duh. And then from Shakespeare, I somehow got to Rudyard Kipling, which got us to Orwell, which I did not really expect to happen. And then from Orwell, we were able to get to Aldous Huxley. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, we're so literary over here. We're so well read. All right, what else? Someone said you were panicking most of the time. I don't do well with deadlines, even though there was no timer. I don't do well with deadlines at all. Okay, United Nations Security Council to Confucianism? That seems really, really difficult. And I don't think I'm smart enough to do that. Speaking of that, though, did you see? Sorry. I'm sorry. Did you see at the United Nations Security Council? Melania was there talking about protect children. The same time as her husband was bombing people in Iran. I saw that one and I was like, there's actually no way. There's no way that you're at the United Nations right now. The United Nations Security Council talking about conflict arises from ignorance and a meeting on children on conflict. I'm like, you the plot has been lost a long time ago. But with that being said, let's go ahead and try to do this. This is going to be bad though. Oh, this is going to be really bad. Confucianism? Wait a second. Can I just control F for philosophy? What? How do you not have philosophy on here? Okay, wait. Let's go to the actual United Nations. That's going to be easier. Can I get to philosophy from here? Oh, no. Wait. Where is Confucius? Where is Confucius from? Was he Chinese? Oh, never mind. Because I can't even... There's no China on here. Oh, this is so bad. Why is China not a link? Dude, we were literally about to get there in 3. Why is China not a link? Wait a second. Wait. Asia. Oh, what? How is Asia not a link on here, man? How? Okay. What? Hold on. I'm so mad. Why isn't it blue? Okay. Hold on. Maybe we should just go to a different country? If I go to New York City and then I go to United States and then from here I try going to China? No. Can I go to North America? Okay. World cities. List of the largest cities. Period. I know Shanghai, and that's on period. Okay, take me to China, please. China. Okay, Confucius, you got to be here. You're one of Confucianism. Like, it gets to a certain point where I just make it look so easy. It's like, is this even difficult? Probably for some of y'all, but never for me. Okay, wait. I wanna walk through that one again. That was fun. I started like locking in. I actually locked in. So we were like United Nations Security Council, United Nations proper, New York City, largest U.S. cities by population, largest cities in the world, Shanghai, China, Confucianism. Sure. I still feel like I should have just been able to do that in like 2 clicks, but you know what? We tried. Someone said you left some crumbs, but you did eat a little. I definitely could have done better. That was not... Okay, hold on. Maybe justice? Euro to FIFA? Oh, come on. That's the easiest thing ever. Euro to FIFA? Wikipedia. I feel like I can literally do this in three movements. I feel like I can do A, B, C, and by the time we get to C, I should be on FIFA. Hold on. Is that here already? No. Okay. Oh God, chat. How should I do this? Someone said it's easy. No, I know. Like, what is FIFA technically? Are they Italian? I actually don't know. Someone said football. Wait, yeah, no. I feel like, is FIFA Italian, or are they like? Someone said do the EU. Okay. But if I could go directly to the country that originates FIFA, we could just like skip. Someone said click France. Are they French? Spain? Oh, they're Spanish. You're right. They're Spanish. I think. Someone said control F sports. Hold on. I'm using chat to cheat right now. I'm going to go to Spain. Then I'm going to control F for FIFA, which I did. That worked. So we have FIFA World Cup. I mean, that obviously counts. Come on. FIFA World Cup. I mean, okay, fine. I'll just click FIFA. Okay. That one was way too easy. Someone said the headquarters is in Switzerland. Oh, it's not linked to one country? Oh, okay, my bad. I was like, sir, surely someone runs FIFA, but it's an international organization. That was easy. Euro, Spain, FIFA World Cup. FIFA. Okay. A, B, C. That was kind of a D. That was way too easy. Someone said it was founded in France. Okay, I did not know that. The resurrection of Jesus to asphalt? Like the material? What? How would I possibly do that? Sorry, drinking all loud. The resurrection of Jesus to asphalt. That sounds way too difficult. That literally sounds way too difficult. This isn't going to work out for me very well at all. Wikipedia. Okay, so we'll start with the resurrection of Jesus, I guess. Asphalt. Okay. So asphalt is a material. It's science? Maybe? Can we get to science from here? We can. Hold on. See also science. And the Catholic Church, science. Oh God, this is Christianity and science. Oh no. I just need a general. Oh, science. Okay. We got to. Someone said rock. Oh, I should have just done rock. Well, it's too late, chat. Now you need to walk me through getting from science to asphalt. But like, is asphalt made out of rock? Wait, I don't even know what asphalt is technically made out of. Wait, is it on this page maybe? Of course not. That would be too easy. Oh, they don't have rocks on this page either. Oh no. Maybe. Can I get to like the physical world, social sciences, formal sciences? It's like materials, mixing. Someone said, yeah, geology. Ah, man, we can go to geology. No, we can't go to geology. Oh no, we can. Okay. Oh wow, look at all these different things. You are a genius. Wait, what? Oh, okay, this is asphalt. Let's go. That was actually so easy. Wait a second. Was it just me or was that optimized as hell actually? Technically. That wasn't even that many steps. That was just the way a smart person would do it. Let's go back and look at this. So we have resurrection of Jesus, and then I just did Christianity and science, glossary of geology, this thing, which is asphalt. Okay, that wasn't even that bad at all. Okay, that was fire. That was only a few steps. Okay, I don't want to keep doing this for the rest of the stream, but this is exhilarating. Cloning to plate tectonics. I kind of don't want to do that one. I don't want more science. I want more like entertainment. Call me anti-intellectual. Hold on. This one is from Bill Gates to Las Vegas. Oh, come on. Oh, that wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be. Okay, wait. Hold on. We can literally do this in 2 steps. No, probably 3 steps. Bill Gates to Las Vegas, man? Come on. Gambling? No. Has he never done any sort of casino thing? Oh, come on, Bill. Maybe I just go to like Bill Gates to Las. This is the easiest thing ever. Can I just go to the United States? No. Not really. Someone said America. Yeah, I'm trying to get to America. I mean, I guess I technically have to click one of these. Oh, I didn't mean to click it. Okay, well, here we are. Yay. Now I'm on the United States versus Microsoft Corp, which again had nothing to do with Vegas. That was a misclick, but since we're here, I guess I'll just go to United States government. Oh, this is getting stupid. This is getting bad. Nevada. Yes. Wait, can I just do Las Vegas directly? No. Nevada. Okay. Vegas, come to me. Wait, what? Oh. Done. Done. That was too easy. That was way too easy. So how did we do that one? Bill Gates, the United States versus Microsoft, US government, Nevada elections, Las Vegas. Easy. Too easy. All right. One more. Sorry. This is, as I said, exhilarating. Walmart to, oh, wait. That's a really good one, even though I don't actually know how to properly pronounce that, and I don't want to sound like an idiot. That's not how you spell. Demeter? Oh, that's pretty easy. Walmart to Demeter? Like the goddess? Hold on, wait. First I need to see. I'm not cheating. I'm just trying to remember who Demeter actually is. Harvest, agriculture, fertility. Dude, this should be so easy. This should literally be so easy. Okay, we're going to go to Wikipedia. We're going to start with Walmart. I'm going to go to farm. Oh. Dairy farm. Wait, what? This is a company? Okay, hold on. I should be able to get to farming, dude. I should definitely be able to get to farming easily. Oh, wait, hold on. Agriculture, maybe? Agriculture. No. Oh. Produce. Someone said produce. Duh. What, am I dumb? Okay. No. Oh, we should just go to grocery, man. We should just go to grocery. Grocery stores. Okay, yeah, let's do grocery store in general. I think. Okay, now that we're on grocery store, I should be able to get to farming. Farm families. Farmers market. Do I have to do farmers market? Can I just do like agriculture from here? Oh, industrial agriculture. Okay, wait, does it say agriculture by itself? No. Industrial agriculture. I don't think Demeter would be here. That would be so surprising to me. Can we just get to normal agriculture? Like, just... Oh, here we go. History of agriculture. Okay. She should be here. Oh my god. Girl, where are you? Wait, okay, agriculture. She should be here. Oh no. I thought she would be here. How can you not have Demeter on a page about agriculture? Can we go to Greece? Ancient Greece? Someone said fertility. I should have done like the word fertile probably. Okay, we're on Greece, so she should probably be here already. Oh, it's not a link. It's not a link. No. Okay, hold on. Gods. Nope, that doesn't work either. Mythology. Deities. Yes. List of Greek deities. We found her. Chat. We're done. We're so done. Pack it up. Okay, we did it. I don't think that was my best work. I think that was a little bit sloppy. We did Walmart to grocery store to industrial agriculture to history of agriculture to agriculture in ancient Greece to list of Greek deities to Demeter. I think I got a little bit too lost on the agriculture sauce, but we did make it there. We did. That wasn't good at all. That was horrible. All right. I keep saying one more. I'll stop when it stops being fun. Composer to who? Oh, I don't know who this is at all. Leonid Brezhnev, former general secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Oh, wait. No, wait. Come back. I wanted to do that one. Let's do it. We're supposed to start with composer. That's literally 2 clicks. 2 clicks. Start with composer and get to this guy who I guess used to be the secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Okay, this should be so easy. Like, we can do Russia, I guess. Okay, Soviet Union. Come on, we're almost there. What's this guy's name? Ah, there we go. That was way too easy. That was literally way too easy. I mean, that was like stupid. What was the point of that? You should feel bad, whoever came up with that, even though it's just a randomized algorithm. Now we're going to get from West Bengal to Bob Dylan. That also seems really easy. No, that might be harder than it seems. Okay. So this is a state in India. And I need to get to Bob Dylan. How do I do this? Is this okay? We're in India right now. I don't want to do like 50 steps. You know what I mean? I really don't. Bob Dylan. Okay, musician, singer, songwriter, icon. 60s, I feel like. 70s. Oh man, wait, this is harder than it seems. Someone said India to Beatles to Bob Dylan. Okay. They're not on here, but maybe we can do music inspired by India. No, that makes sense because I know the Beatles were definitely lifting a lot from. Wait, can we go to like a certain instrument? What was that instrument that the Beatles would use sometimes? No, it's probably not that one. Okay, this isn't working. We need to do better. Someone said ganja. Wait, what? Can I just get to like some sort of weed? Because that would be the easiest way of getting. Okay, let's just go to India. We're in India. That might have been a bad idea, but we're not in West Bengal anymore. We've zoomed out. This should be so much easier. Hold on, wait. Can I get to the Beatles now? No. Any sort of like smoke? No. Okay. Someone said Bangladesh. Why? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just like, how do I get from Bangladesh to Bob Dylan? Someone said, what's going on? We're playing the Wikipedia game and I'm trying to get to Bob Dylan's Wikipedia page without directly searching it and only clicking links. Someone said India to T to Britain to Beatles to Bob Dylan. Nah, you might have just solved this. That's literally cheating of how good that sounds. You might be wrong, but that sounds so good to me. Okay, oh, these are all like plateau. Hold on. A tea garden. Largest producer of tea. Tea. Okay, wait, hold on. They said India to tea to Britain. Okay. Oh God. It's not a link. What? That's not possible. Huh? United Kingdom. Okay, T in the United Kingdom, I guess. And then we'll go to United Kingdom. Can I get to the Beatles from here? Yes. The Beatles and then Bob Dylan should be right here. Obviously. Where is he? Bob, where are you at? Okay. All in all, that was not too bad. That actually was not too bad. We did. Hold on. Let me see what we did. West Bengal to India proper to T in the UK, Beatles, Bob Dylan. I mean, I kind of cheated because somebody outlines that really easily for me, but that was not too bad. That was not too bad. Someone said, couldn't you have gone immediately from India to UK? You know what? No, hold on. You know what? Let's revise this. Let's revise this because you're correct. Starting on West Bengal. Actually, can I get to the United Kingdom directly from here? Oh no, it pops up, but I can't. No sort of like British provinces. No. Okay. So we are going to have to wait. I swear to God. Hold on. Wait. No, it's okay. I can't do it. Someone said I'm mispronouncing Bengal. Well, that's not what you said, but I take it I'm saying it horribly. I'm sorry. Pronunciation. Is it like Bengal? Yes, it is. Oh, Lord. Bengal. I apologize. I'm sorry. I will say that much better next time. Okay, whatever. You know what? Perfection is useless. It serves no purpose. So I will do better next time. Bengal. Okay. Circulatory system to the biosphere. What is a biosphere? That is literally not a thing. Is this like link in biosphere? The global closed ecosystem encompassing all living organisms and their relationships with the Are you saying the biosphere is literally everything? That just is on this earth at all. The worldwide sum of all ecosystems? That is literally, this is made up. No one has ever studied this. If you were here like D'Angelo, I have a bachelor's, I have a master's, I am a biologist. I'm sorry. No one has ever actually been on this Wikipedia page before me right now. Okay. But if that's the case, we should very easily be able to get from circulatory system to biosphere. Like literally so easily. Okay. Starting from circulatory system. We could literally just go to biology. Duh, right? Like, how do you... Oh, I was about to rage. How do you literally not have the Wikipedia page for biology on the page for your circulatory system? It's literally part of your biology, I think. Oh my God, I'm so mad. Wait, chat, help. I don't want to do like... Okay, hold on. This is... biochemistry, biology, amphibious. Oh no, this is so bad. Someone said not me studying the biosphere for my midterm right now. Someone said amphibian. I mean, we can probably just do like, I don't know, like, where was the amphibians? Oh, here we go. Fish, reptiles, birds, evolution. Oh, evolution. Should I just do evolution? Wait. Because I feel like that might be a really good one. Or should I do environment? Environmental impact of recreational diving? Environment. Hazards of the dive. Okay. Environmental. We're close with this environment stuff. Actually, we're really close. I feel it. Oh. I'm sad. I clicked. No, you know what? I'm going back. I didn't mean to click that. That does not count. Okay. Someone said evolution. Wait, is evolution on here? Okay, let's just do evolution. From here, can I do biosphere? Yeah. It's not a link. It's here, but it's not a link. We actually got here in 2 steps. Well, now what am I supposed to do? It's why would biosphere ever be linked on a page now that I'm thinking about it? See what I'm saying about, oh, I'm scrolling past animals and sexual reproduction. Let's stop before YouTube gets weird about it. Someone said there was another mention. Yeah, no, neither of these is actually a link to the biosphere page. Biomass. Okay, we should totally be able to get to biosphere from here. Biosphere. Oh, it's not a link. Nobody who ever uses the word biosphere in a Wikipedia article ever actually links to the Wikipedia page for biosphere. because, as I told you initially, that's not a real thing. There is no, I'm getting mad. It's come up twice now on pages. How do I force this to happen? How do I force this to happen? Someone said nobody has clicked on it. Nobody has ever linked to this page in the history of Wikipedia. I'm so mad. How? Oh, I might actually have to quit, which makes me sad. Someone said traffic levels. I don't even know what that means. Oh, it did work though. Wow, you're smart. Okay, so do you think I can get to Biosphere from here? Oh, it's not on here. Biology. Wait, was I ever on the page for just biology? Oh man, dude, this ecology. Is there some sort of ecology angle that I can go? Microbial ecology? Larval ecology? Oh man. I just want like actual normal. Okay, ecology. Category? Oh, it should totally be here. What? Oh, okay. That was bad. That was really, 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 really bad. Wait. That was awful. In fact, I'm starting over. Let's go back to the circulatory system. From here, I think I'm going to go directly to evolution, right? And then I should be able to go directly to ecology. I think. Oh God. Why? Ecological genetics? Okay. And then from here, I should be able to get to the ecology category. I think. No, I'm doing worse than I was before. Oh, this is so bad. You know what? I won. I already did it. The first time. So it's okay. There was a world in where someone smarter than me could have done a better job than I did. But someone said F minus. But how is it an F minus if I got every single one? I understood the assignment every single time. We went from the Victorian era to Aldous Huxley. We went from the resurrection of Jesus Christ to literal asphalt, the material, like rocks. We went from Bill Gates to Las Vegas. That one was really easy. We went from Euro to FIFA. And most recently, we got from the circulatory system to whatever this was supposed to be. The biosphere. Sorry, I'm already forgetting it because, again, fake. But, like, we kind of ate. Someone said 8 out of 10. Yeah, I'll accept it. I'll accept a 6. How about a 6 out of 10? I'll take a 6 out of 10. Someone said A+. I mean, listen. C's get degrees. So, honestly, just give me a 70 and call it a day. Someone said you didn't know what a biosphere was. Nobody knows what a biosphere is. No one actually knows what that is. Look. Let's see. What people are saying. Nothing. All of this, nothing. No one's saying anything about this. National Geographic. The biosphere is made up of the parts of the earth where life exists. Okay, sure. But when was this article written? You know what I mean? This is all a psyop. It's a psyop for real. It's a no for me, dog. Anyways, just kidding. I like science. I'm dumb. Listen, I like certain kinds of sciences. We've talked about this before. If I go to the science Wikipedia page, okay, how do I just get all the categories of science? Wikipedia categories of science. Branches of science. Okay, great. I was like, what are they called? Genres? Okay, so if we look at all the genres of science, this doesn't see. This is hard to navigate. Okay, we'll do it like this. Apparently, there's 3 major groups, which I did not know. There's formal sciences, natural sciences, and social sciences. So I think anything under natural sciences is a no for me. Chemistry, biology, physics, chemistry, none of that is like really interesting to me personally because I'm just bad at remembering things like that. When it comes to formal sciences, kind of getting into like the logic and the mathematics of it all, actually I don't really understand what this means. A branch of science. Whoa. Why is it going so small? A branch of science concerned with abstract structures defined by formal systems such as logic, mathematics, statistics. Oh, so like computer science and decision theory. Yeah, no. I think a lot of the things that I do or am interested in, they arise as a result of formal sciences. So I like video games and I like technology and I like software, but like the actual knowledge it takes to create those things is a no for me. So I think social sciences essentially is like it's the one. Like logic, I prefer Ableton. Information science is a no for me. I'll just Google it. Mathematics, please. We have calculators on our phones for a reason. Statistics. I did not work this hard and get this far in my career to be reduced to a mere statistic. What else? Systems theory. No, that's another fake one. Decision theory. I don't make decisions. I have ADHD. I wait until things happen to me and then I cry about them. Theoretical computer science. Well, then what's the actual point? Why are we here? Theoretically, maybe you will be able to add 2 + 2 on the new iPhone. Is it gonna or is it not gonna? Is all that really matters. Some of you are screaming right now, like, D'Angelo, you can't get actual computer science until you do the theoretical portion. Well, that kind of sounds like a skill issue, in my opinion. Anyways, moving on. What else do we got under the branches of science? These are all mid, unless it's your area of study, in which case I support you. Natural sciences. Okay, so physical science, no. Actually, I really hate physics because it's one of the only classes that I wound up almost failing. Chemistry, well, I am actually, I do have this with a lot of people just naturally, and so maybe, but like I never had to study it, you know what I mean? I just go throughout my day just experiencing this chemistry that's in the air. So that one's important, but I feel like it comes to me a bit more naturally than some of these other things. What else do we have? Earth science? No. Well, yes, because I do like learning about the environment and making sure I'm not destroying it, even though I am, and I'm trying not to. So I think earth science is important. Let's see what else. Geology? I mean, it rocks. What can I say? Someone said, I love all these as a concept, but I don't want to study. Me. Oceanography? Wait. This one might kind of eat though. Now that I'm thinking about it. If I was going to care about a natural science, I might actually pick oceanography for the vibes, because y'all are still so worried about what's happening in space that you don't know. But we haven't even actually 100% figured out what's happening in those oceans, have we? Like, are there not certain depths that human beings have not been to yet? Or am I wrong about this? Do I not understand? I feel like fish are so cool. And then like you get really, really weird creatures down there. And it's like, how did you happen? You know what I mean? Like you start dealing with evolution version 2, where you evolve into like a mass of nerves, essentially. Like jellyfish, they don't even have brains. They have like nerve nets, which is very odd. And so things like this happening, I think are pretty cool. So maybe I care a little bit about oceanography. Meteorology, like the weather. The weather? Someone said that's marine biology. Well, I think marine biology maybe. Oh, wait, you're saying marine biology is not oceanography? What? Oh, you're right though. No, it's a more what? Okay, biological oceanography is similar to marine biology, but it's different because of the perspective used to study the ocean. You're saying this is literally just marine biology with different pronouns. Biological oceanography takes a bottom-up approach in terms of the food web, while marine biology studies the ocean from a top-down perspective. Do I understand this? Okay, so I don't think I understand it. Sorry, I'm not smart enough. I'm not smart enough to understand. Biological oceanography focuses on the ecosystem of the ocean with an emphasis on plankton and their diversity. Okay. I think so essentially it's like who is getting eaten by whom. So marine biology is like who is doing the eating, and biological oceanography is who is being eaten. If you're taking a bottom-up approach, you're starting at the bottom of the food chain, essentially. Yeah, I think that does make sense. Well, if that's the case, I think I'm just more of a marine biology kind of guy, because I want to look at the weird fish that are eating the other fish because they're scary. And I mean, look at that. That's hilarious. Anyways, moving on. Meteorology. At one point, I did want to do it. Not meteorology. I wanted to tell the weather. Like Al Roker, who I don't know anything about. Maybe he's not a cool guy. But I do know as a kid, you see him on the Weather Channel or whatever channel it was. Okay. Maybe there was a little bit more Al Roker inspiration than I realized. But I I definitely saw him as a kid and was like, yeah, I want to tell the weather. That's an awesome job. And maybe on some am I just doing Al Roker but for drama? Is that what happened? I just grew up to be drama commentary Al Roker. I mean, have you ever seen the two of us in the same room is the real question. Someone said twinning. We're definitely twinning. Anyways, so meteorology and the people who do it is cool, but I would leave that to the actual meteorologists and y'all can just tell me what to say. And then I'll be like, oh, the weather's still bad. Y'all thought it was going to be better? Please. You have 2 weeks of misery incoming. That would be great. That would be really great. Someone said finally made it to a stream. You made it to a stream and it's literally me reading the Wikipedia page for science. Branches of science. Okay. Astronomy? Yes. Yes. Yes to all. Yes, 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 yes. This is the only natural science that you got me without any sort of qualms, no sort of like hesitation. Sign me up for astronomy right now. The study of everything that happens not here. Yes, please. I love astronomy. I forgot about that one. That's the only one. That's the only one. I don't rock with physics, chemistry, those things do not hold my attention. But you know what it is? I think I like the study of the things that like you could be lost in. Does that make sense? Like, yes, on some level, you could theoretically, I don't know, get lost in a forest. So the study of plants, it would be a thing that you could get lost in. But the ocean specifically, you could just disappear forever. And so I want to know everything about it. Same with space. You know what I mean? What is space really like? So that's interesting to me. I'm not a totally incurious idiot. Biological science, biochemistry, no. Microbiology, botany, Well, yes. I like botany. That's like plants. I know I just literally said that I'm not interested in plant science, but like botany's pretty dope. So actually, yes to botany. Zoology, I like animals, but I'm scared. So no. And ecology. All right. Now we're getting into someone said you just like blue. Maybe I do. Now we're getting into my area. Even though my area doesn't even get like, oh, it has its own article. All right, social sciences. I'm interested in all. No, not all these things. Oh, hold on. We're gonna have to speed run this because I saw some things on here and I really hate them. Screw accounting. It's the only class I ever failed. Actually, I failed multiple classes, but that was the only one where I actually failed. Not because of my mental health, but because I didn't understand the material. Screw accounting. If you are an accountant, you are literally doing magic, dark magic, and I'm mad at you. Everybody else passed that class. I could not actually genuinely understand like how to do the math on the table with like credit versus debit, and I still don't really understand accounting. So no. Anthropology, yes, I love anthropology. Genuinely. Also, I am very delusional. I'm a very delusional person, but I do kind of consider what I do on the internet to be not anthropology, but useful, perhaps from a specific anthropological angle. I think that anthropology, the study of just, human behavior and the way that we interact in cultures and societies, I believe that there's also culture on the internet that did not exist in the previous millennium, and that this is a new form of shared experience that can be documented and studied. And I actually do make a lot of videos about the way people are online. Why are people like this online? How do people be online? And so I love anthropology, even though I'm so deeply unprofessional that nothing I do could be considered even adjacent to science. But if you are doing any sort of science, I might be useful as some sort of awful footnote in a reference sheet somewhere. Oh, wait, come back. Oh, okay, there we go. No, what? Where'd it go? Where was my list? Where's my list? Okay, hold on. I gotta... Do I have to just go back? There we go. Oh, no. How do I go back to where I was? Was it just this page? Hold on, chat. Sorry, I lost... Oh, we're back. We're so back. Someone says sociology. Let's see. All right. Social science. Yeah. Well, what's the difference between anthropology and sociology? Oh, nothing. It crosses biology and sociology? Wait, what? I'm confused. Oh man, this is why I can't do science. Why is there a difference between anthropology? How is anthropology a mix of biology and sociology? Okay, whatever. Sorry. This is also why I say I'm only useful as I'm not actually smart. Okay, moving on. Archaeology. Where'd he go? Yes. Archaeology is so lit. I'm sorry. I'm gonna gender stereotype on purpose right now. Just as a former little boy, I love me some dinosaurs, and I know archaeology is not only the study of dinosaurs, but like, listen, that in general, just the idea of finding crazy bones or things that imply how things used to be. I love it. Archival science. What? That sounds so... Oh, I'm zoomed in so far. That sounds so, like, elevated. The study and theory of building and curating archives, which are collections of documents, recordings, photographs. Okay. Wow. That is really interesting. I similarly... So, is Wikipedia kind of like archival science on some level? low key, because it is like an archive for so many different things. Like if you're like, oh, who was this person, you can go to their Wikipedia page and hear a snippet of their voice and stuff like that. I think that makes sense. Someone says some librarian stuff. Yeah, no, for sure. I love it. That's a great one. Okay, what else do we got? Where? I lost the list. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Area studies? Is this what? Is this a study of area? What? Area studies. Interdisciplinary field of the study of geographical, national, federal, or cultural regions. So you're literally, huh? Oh, is it like specific studies? Oh, so like if you do like American history, is that an area study? I'm not trying to be dumb here. Yeah, essentially like African studies, Canadian studies. Okay, no, that makes sense. Southeast Asian studies. Okay. I like things like that for sure. Can you study the United States? Or surely American studies. Oh my God, this is a thing. Oh wow, this is so interesting. As an American, I don't know what American studies would be. But the idea that somebody somewhere else can take a class and learn about the United States. I mean, we have obviously U.S. history that we learn in school, even though so much of the U.S. history that we learn in school is wrong. Actually, I'm usually a big proponent of like education and science and all these things are real, except for United States history. A lot of that is false, just purely falsified nonsense that we use to indoctrinate young people. I was indoctrinated for sure. I would hope that anybody's actual United States studies is more like accurate than the things that we learn. Someone said you can do American studies. We have those in some European universities. That's so interesting. Oh, Imperial American studies. Yeah, you're not going to learn about that over here. Not the way that it actually is. They're going to tell you that it was an awesome thing, American imperialism, and that we should still be doing it. All right. This is fun. All right, so area studies seems fine. It seems okay. How do I get a social science? Okay. Behavioral science, yeah, I guess. Wait. If it wasn't for this, no one would know that I have ADHD, right? Like, if there was no such thing as behavioral science, we wouldn't meaningfully try to understand, like, mental conditions, I believe. So, if it wasn't for behavioral science, I would be screwed. I would just be like, oh, he's just crazy and bad and wrong and throw him away, and then I would not be able to get any help in my life. So I think behavioral science is great. Shout out behavioral sciences for trying to figure out why I am the way that I am. Oh god. Okay, going back to the list. Where's the list? Someone said cognitive and behavioral science are awesome. I agree. Business studies, boring. Cartography, oh heck yes. All the maps. Maps are so awesome. Some say you'd be locked in the house. I really would. Cognitive science. Okay, yeah. That's like memory and just like mind stuff, like knowing stuff. I'm gonna watch this part of the stream back and be like, why would you ever go on live and reveal yourself as being this ignorant about scientific terms? You're actually just proving everything that people say about influencers and streamers. But you know what? I've said this before and I'll say it again. I don't do wide knowledge. I do deep knowledge. So, no, I don't really know what cognitive science is or the difference between oceanography or marine biology or why a biosphere needs to be a word that we say. But the things that I do know, which are useless, I am quite knowledgeable on. Oh god, this is so bad. This is so bad, man. Okay, commerce, boring. Communication studies. Oh, I went to school for this. I have a degree in this. Actually, a bachelor's in mass communication, digital film and television production. Hi, and I'm doing it right now. This would be an example of something that I have very deep knowledge on. Actually, like, don't ever try to check me on mass communication because I genuinely went to school. They would literally use like examples of like, here's a company that went through something and this was their public relations and here's how that went badly for them, and then you would have to draft a PR statement that would communicate the things that they're looking for, and you'd be like, oh well, if I was in charge of this horrible oil spill, here's how I would try to make us sound better. And you would have to like take sorry, it's getting really boring, but communication studies is awesome. And this is the only field of academic discipline that I do understand. I do know, not every single form of it, obviously, because there's just so many ways of communication. But yeah, mass communication. Oh, I went to school for that and I'm so happy I did. Now, did that make me better at communicating to the masses? Well, remains to be seen. Crime science. Yeah, crime is awesome. Question mark? Criminology. There's no way that there's a difference between crime science and criminology. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna guess. Crime science would be the study of crime, and criminology would be the study of criminals. Hold on. Wait, if I'm right about this, which I feel like I am, criminology is the study of crime and deviant behavior, okay? Whereas crime science is the study of crime in order to find ways to prevent it. It's distinguished from criminology in that it's focused on how crime is committed and how to reduce it rather than who committed it. Exactly. It sounds like you're saying criminology is a study of criminals, whereas crime science is a study of crime and not criminals. So I think I'm getting smarter actually by going through this right now. This is insane. Okay, cultural studies. Heck yeah, culturology. Oh, we're doing it again. Why do you have cultural studies and culturology? The dynamics of contemporary culture versus... No, I can't do it. Okay, demography. Demons? What? The study of... Oh, this is like demographics. Okay. This makes sense. I like demographics. Developmental studies. Is that like growing as a person? Wait, is that like... What is developmental studies? Not to be confused with developmental psychology. I don't know what this means. Is it... Wait, social science, a specialized master's degree. Students... It doesn't say what this is. Okay, hold on, chat. I think this is a bad Wikipedia page. I love Wikipedia. I really do, but this is the only Wikipedia page I've been on today where this isn't explaining what development studies are. An interdisciplinary branch of social science. They're talking about how to get it. It's grown in popularity. It's talking about what the students choose careers in, but it's not saying what it actually is. What? Okay, I have no idea what that means. I'm so sorry. Discourse analysis. Oh God. Isn't that just like me? Low key. Code switching. Oh wow. That's so fun. No, they're talking about like actual speech and how you speak it. That's fun. Okay. Economics. Boo. Wait, hold on. Oh, I can't get to the page from communism from here. Okay, that would have been fun. Education. Pay teachers more. Pay teachers more. That's my opinion on education. Pay our educators for the love of God and also protect them. Education science, which No. I mean, yes. Again, but like for me, no. Environmental science, yes. Ethics, God, wait. Environmental science versus. Okay. I'm gonna start picking ones that are just interesting and skipping all the rest of them. Gender studies. Hey, let's go. Gender studies. That one's interesting. And I like it concerning, it says it originated in the field of women's studies, women, feminism, gender, politics, overlaps with queer studies and men's studies. Yeah, no, that's interesting. What else? Library science. I want to be a librarian in my actual personal life when I'm maybe 60. So I'm going to have to learn this one. What else? Let's see. Skip. Marketing, I guess. Media studies. Yeah, I also did that in school, essentially. Oh, God, so much media studies stuff in school. It was Imagine making movies boring. Yeah, a lot of media studies that I had to do. Okay, military science, penology. What is that? Philosophy and practice. Oh, like penal, as in like penalizing people, like punishment. Is this a study of punishment? That is insane. Okay, I'm dead. That's my assumption. Okay, we're almost done. Social work? Oh, shout out social workers. For real. Shout out social workers, man. Pay them more too. Religious studies? I like religious studies. And theology is the last one. What is this? The study of religious belief from a religious perspective with a focus on the nature of divinity and the history behind religion. This one raises my suspicions because when I was younger, I had to deal with a lot of people whose preferred scientific field of study was theology, but also those people were really, really weird. So I'm sorry, I'm not blaming all theologians. I'm just saying there's some that are like, oh no, this is crazy that you're convinced yourself that you're doing science right now, but you're actually just doing fantasy. Oh God. Someone said religious studies is important. It's the academic perspective of religions around the world. Religious studies is how I realized that I had a cult-like mentality. It helped me a lot. Actually, let's go back. I won't say that I was in a cult per se, because that's a really strong word, but however, there's cult-like aspects and can be cult-like aspects to any religion. Let's just be honest about that. That doesn't mean that they're cults. There's just elements of them that can manifest in ways that are not good for your personal development. And I was very locked into Christianity for sure, because everything that's on this list right here, we were just taught all of this was demonic. Like you see right here, the Christianity, right? Everything else on here was literally labeled demonic. Every other form of religion you're taught as a Christian, or I was taught as a Christian, is wrong. And so because of that, I was horribly ignorant, and I would never even try to learn, like, oh, what is Islam, for example, or what are these other things? And finally, when I was in college, I don't remember whether it was for a class or whatever, that was the first time I actually started looking into other religions, the scary, freaky stuff that you're taught about as a Christian and you're so scared of are going to corrupt you. And then essentially seeing that, like, oh, this is the same thing that we're doing. 100%. We're doing the same thing. Seeing Christianity through the lens of religious studies instead of the lens of being a Christian, I realized how completely insane it is to actually look down on other religions or consider them to be less than or whatever. There's no point. There's no benefit in doing that whatsoever. So yeah, that ruined my life really bad, but I got over it. I got over it, and now I'm fine not being religious anymore. But yeah, having your religion shaken up is really mid, actually. It's not like fun or cute. For me, it was more so disturbing and like, oh God, what do I believe? God, who is God? Who am I talking to? Who have I been talking to? But yeah, it was great. I really loved it. Dude, I swear to God, the amount of indoctrination I went through as a child needs to be studied. It really, 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 really does. I'm so sorry. It doesn't matter what your religion is. You should not tell other people or tell children that anybody else who has different beliefs from you essentially is in a cult or is going to go to hell or is wrong or bad or confused or this, that, the other. Because like, no wonder people come out of this with such weird mentalities and stuff like that. Like, it's so harmful to tell that to a child. Honestly, it's not a good thing at all. Also, one thing I realized, and I'm sorry to all the religious people here, but I'm just talking about myself. Realizing essentially that my religion was just like a fluke, and I could have just spawned somewhere else and had a different religion, really, 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 really pulled me out of Christianity super hard. Because you grow up and you're being told as a child, like, yeah, Christians, we are correct, and this, that, the other. And so you're like, yeah, my faith in God is real. I chose this. No, you didn't. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. No Christian chose Christianity. None of you did. You did not choose Christianity. You just happened to be in a place where Christianity was the dominant mode of thought and was maybe even presented to you as a correct thing. But literally, no matter how good your relationship is with God, you could have been born somewhere else and had a completely different set of values taught to you as the correct ones, and then you would believe that that was correct. Now, granted, as an adult, you can literally change your opinion, and there's Christians everywhere, and there's people of every religion everywhere, but I got really burned out and just kind of, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is exactly, but I got a little cynical over that because I'm just like, God, I didn't choose God. God happened to me. And then I was just told essentially that it's God or nothing. It would have been much more interesting if when I was born, basically I got this. Somebody handed me a menu and was like, hey, look at all these different cool and interesting ways of interpreting the world and trying to be a good person. And all of these people are trying. And how do you want to try? And then as a kid, I would have been like, oh, I don't know. But yeah, no, it's bad. Disenchantment. Yeah, I became very disenchanted with this idea that like we were all on some special mission from God. Cause I was just like, he's not even like a different God half the time. That's the dumbest thing. We're out here saying like, oh, this God is the right God and that God is the wrong God. But like half of these gods are the same God. And philosophically, like, dude, it's just so stupid. It's so stupid. But yeah, that's why I support all religions. I really do, because like, it should be your choice, essentially. And if this is what you choose, you know, you should be respected in it. Personally, I choose like none of them. That's how I feel. Someone said that's so rough. It is. It's a little rough. Like, I don't know. It was literally everything. It was everything. Like, it was everything, man. Like, genuinely imagine truly believing in your heart that like someone cares about you and ultimately has your well-being and is also really powerful and is on your side. Someone literally died for you. They did that because you deserve to be here. I've talked about this before, but as a mentally ill person, I was like, oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Thank God Jesus died for my sins. The mentally ill person that I am, because I don't believe I deserve to be here. Just naturally, no. I feel like a waste of resources. So Christianity was really helpful in stabilizing my mental health conditions. I don't think I've seen too many people talk about this. Oftentimes, the only reason I didn't just crash out or honestly end it all was literally because I was like, well, at least God put me here. And losing that last little bit of safety net. And I was just like, oh no, I really don't have a reason for living. It was bad. It was really, really, really bad. So I feel like I'm relatively chill about this kind of thing nowadays. I'm just like, oh yeah, no, me, I'm not religious, but if you are, I'd be respectful. But for a second there, I was like, so I was right. Every single time that I was depressed and I was like, there's no point to any of this and I'm just here randomly, I was correct and God wasn't real or listening to my prayers. Oh my God, it pissed me off so bad, but that's okay. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You just have to learn to find the reason within yourself. That's what I had to do. I was like, I don't need you anymore. I'll find the reason within myself. Someone said such an interesting conversation. Well, the conversation can get more interesting because I also started feeling like there was a major racial component to this as well. Actually, part of my disillusionment was kind of just being Black in America and thinking like part of this was just assimilation on our part into this new culture way back when we were brought over here and you're taught that these things are correct and this, that, the other. And so I'm just like, where would I even be without the assimilation that happened way back when? What would I actually believe, or what would we be taught was correct? That's just something I think about a lot too, of just like, oh man, a lot of us are Christian because like we had to be on some level essentially, and now we still are because we don't think of it that way. And that's another reason why I'm just like, oh man, it's complex, it's tricky, but it is what it is. It is definitely what it is. Buddy, like it just goes deep, honestly. It goes really, 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 really deep. Someone said same thing. I don't support the religious institutions, but I think believing in God helps me a lot. And just the idea of being alone and suffering, the idea of God's plan is going to be all right. Yeah, it really did. I know that like Christians get a horrible rep, honestly, as they should. Let's be honest. I'm so sorry. Christianity itself and the way that it is expressed getting a bad rap is deserved. Because if there is any sort of like vocal portion of your whatever that is like actively anti queer people or this, that, the other, it needs to be critiqued, it needs to be called out, and it does need to be, but like I do definitely believe a lot of people who critique Christianity weren't in it. And so you get this idea that like all of the Christians are stupid and every single person who is a Christian is a bad person. And like, I don't believe those things because it's not true. You know what I mean? It's just not a true thing. It's not a useful way of talking about people just being really hateful about people's religion and stuff like that. I'm telling you, it's not true. As an ex-Christian, no, they're not all bad people. They're not all homophobic. They're not all like, that's not what we were doing. Most of us, there's a lot of loud people who have a lot of power and use Christianity as a shield for the negative things that they do. But like just popping into a random church or whatever, especially the ones that I went to, like we really are not going to try to other people or make them feel bad in any way. So I don't know, essentially, you know what it is at the end of the day, like what it really, really, really is at the end of the day. And I'll leave the chat with this because I got to hop off. If you finna be Christian, let me show you. Let me show you something. You got the Holy Trinity, right? The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. But you need to have a fourth one. There needs to be a fourth person in your Trinity if you're a Christian, especially in America. And it needs to be Fred Rogers. You're so concerned about what God said. You're so concerned about what Jesus did. You're so concerned about what the Holy Spirit is telling you. that you forgot to stop and ask what Fred Rogers would do. He is literally the missing part of the Godhead because he was a Christian. And definitely looking at the way he approached things, that's what not we. The language is still in my heart. That's what you should be doing, honestly. Other than that, like if you don't have Fred Rogers as part of your like moral compass as a Christian, then it's a no for me, dog. We probably not finna be friends. We're not gonna be able to get along. No, it's no. Someone said, what would Fred Rogers do? Exactly. WWFRD. What would Fred Rogers do? But yeah. I have no idea what the stream was. I have no idea what the stream was. It was really odd. It was really strange. It was kind of scary. I'm glad that I did it, but like, I don't think I was like on during this. I was just here live with you all, which is really wild. You really just had a camera pointed into my room, which is really, really odd. But I think it was good. I think it's useful. If I came on here and was just distracting for 4 hours as I usually am, I don't know if that would have been as useful as me trying to come on here and be whatever I was today. But yeah, if you've ever wondered, like, what is it like actually just hanging out with D'Angelo and not D'Angelo trying to internet to us? It's kind of like this. But yeah, I'm going to get some sleep. I'm going to take a break at least for the rest of the day, not focus too much on the news stuff. Later, I'll evaluate the footage that I did. Hopefully it's good. I'll probably have to wind up like, I don't know, man. Yeah, it's really odd. Some said it got me through this rough morning. I'm glad. I'm honestly genuinely glad. Someone said, I'm glad I caught pieces of today's stream. It was fun. It was definitely fun. I'm gonna get through chores. Okay. Hey, if you were able to spend any amount of time, I'm glad. And me too, right? Hey, 4 hours has passed. And honestly, this sounds really depressing, but I'm being so for real right now. I'm 4 hours closer to the end of the day than I was when I started. And that's actually kind of a big deal because minute by minute, it's been a little hard, buddy. So yay for the stream. Thank you for